hellsweb.com. Oh, that's Duster. I don't have any domains. Dobster. How do I forward? Forward. Oh, that's the wrong address. Hey, Matt, how are you doing? What is this? I am instructed to inform you of your appointment as the funds administrator to your deceased relative estate. Right. God. Oh, man. Scammers. And all that looks like junk. Hello, photo. Doing all right. Vahanza from South Africa. Nice. Haven't seen you in a long time. Well, her toes are healing, so the antibiotics worked, so they don't think they're going to have to cut anything else out. And another week or so, and she'll be able to start trying to stand up again. The doctor genuinely doesn't want her trying to do anything like that until the toes heal because they were really bad. And, otherwise, it's just wait and see. Hi, Michelle. That's Michelle. I sent her a link to the stream. See, the first thing they do is they ask about you, Michelle. They care. So, the physical therapist says she's doing good. Just, got to work on getting her on her feet. Otherwise, her health seems to be doing okay. I mean, no major issues. Hey, Mike. I got those little chucks in, and they work good. You got to play with them to get them to center properly so it spins true, but otherwise, once you do that, now this is I can easily chuck this in anything with these little things, so that's nice. By the way, you don't need these anymore. Hello, Jerry Martin. How are you doing today? And the Baja Blast Zero didn't murder me. The first time I tried this stuff, you wanted to spit it out. It was so bad, but this is not too bad. It doesn't really taste like Baja Blast, but it does taste good. Well, I started late today, so people were probably waiting. That was my bad. Woke up late. I was tired. But quickie update on the spikes. I made a 60mm socket that should chuck onto a 1/2" drill, so nice and small. And so I also made a 60mm version of my drill bit, so that'll fit in there, so that you don't have to go buy a 33mm socket if you don't already have one. Of course, if you already have one, then you should just print the 33mm version, because this just falls right out. I'm trying to figure out a way to make that stay. I guess the easiest way is to put some tape on there and just friction fit it in there. And but yeah, so that will chuck the drill. But why this? Well, the problem I was having was that when I made the chuckable version of this, the weak point was this. And so after 3 or 4 of them, it would just shear off. So I turned the entire spike into a nut. And now that entire spike chucks into the bit, so that you can push it into the ground. Yes, the bed. That's my bed. So now the whole thing becomes a nut, which means you'd have to shear the entire thing in order to break it. So that should hold up. I'm going to print this one. I went too fast in the vase mode, so it had a failure. But as soon as I started slowing down, actually not even slowing down, just increase the cooling rate, and that worked fine. This is for putting the solar lights into the ground. Remember I told you I was printing a solution to put my solar lights in the ground because the soil was so hard? Well, that's what this is. So now you have the little plus sign. So if you have a spike like this, that will fit right in. It'll just sit right in there like that. And if you have one of the solar lights, it seems that all the solar lights from China that don't come with the 16mm spikes come with 8mm metal rods. And so that hole right in the center is exactly 8mm to stick that in there. The original intent was to use the screwdriver to slot that in there like that, and then you would screw this into the ground. If you live back east or Florida or any place where soil is soft, this will work fine. You print one of these, you print these, and then you just screw them into the ground. You don't need the drill bit, you don't need anything. But where I live, the soil is about as hard as concrete. So you kind of have to drill a 2-inch pilot hole first, and then shove this into the ground. The cats miss you too. They want you to come home. But the reason that's so short is because you gotta drive this all the way into the ground, because you don't want to trip over it or have the lawnmower hit it if you ever do that. So that's just long enough to grab the bit. Now, you guys remember the original Toolbox? This is the original version that we made. And I had to put a little opening in the bottom there. Yeah, they're going to kick your ass. With the rails, which we figured out to get rid of. And that led me to version 2. Version 2, we put a hole in there so you can actually open the thing. And then also the drawers just slide in, no problem. So that's but they're a little too loose. And let me tell you, I finished this toolbox about 5 days ago. The rest of my nightmare of the week has been tweaking these freaking drawers, because the difference between too loose to the point where they fall out when you tip it, and too tight to where you're pushing things, is like a freaking 0.5 millimeter. It's like, why is that so tight? We're doing okay, and Michelle's in the chat too. So that was version 2. And after that, the box has been done. It's just been a matter of tweaking the freaking drawers. And so we now have basically the final version of the box. So one of the things that I've done was I added a double hinge here and here. So there's a little tiny section of hinge here and here, which allows you to do a whole bunch of interesting things. So when you open this, this can now fold back on itself like this, flat. And that allows you to then open and manipulate these drawers without having to open the top. Then of course you can also open the top. You can have it sit like it does in their pictures like that, if you want to for some reason. But also when you do that, because there's a double hinge back here, you can now fold this all the way around flat like this around the back. So now if you're up against the wall, you're not taking up a whole lot of space. I've also completely eliminated the need for any sort of tools. This will now print complete or assemble completely tool free. The only thing you might need is a smacker to install these. So these are a friction fit. Oh, something else I suggest people do, I'll make this part of it, is man, I don't want to come out now, is if when you take these off, leave them on top of the hot bed and then give them a little bend and let that bend stay in them. You can see that's got a tiny little bit of warp. That's on purpose. That's so that the ends don't try to pop out from the front. It makes it look clean. But you line that up. You gotta do it evenly. You shove it in as far as you can. Don't smack it until after you've shoved it in. Trust me, you'll just break it. But get it as far as you can without tools. And then to get it that last little bit, take anything, even a 3D print that's heavy enough. But you just take something and give it a little smack. And get it nice and flush. There we go. Now it's nice and flush. And now those ain't going nowhere. And you can still remove them if you need to. No glue, no adhesives, no screws, no drill bit. You don't even need the drill bit anymore. I fixed the holes so the drill bit's not required in order to install these. And so now you can do color contrasting parts, so you can have the red pulls for the drawer and the red top. The lip fits in. No support is required. The holes is something I should have known better. I've done this before. But the trick with the holes is you print them, first of all, you print them as squares. So you make the holes squares, like that. And then you also make sure the orientation of the hole is a diamond facing up. This way, instead of having a square hole with a bridge, and that bridge collapses, which means you have to drill out the hole to make it fit right. All right, Michelle, you can stick around if you want to. Or just click on that link anytime in the next couple of hours. We'll be here. What'd you have for breakfast? What yum-yums did you have? But the other thing is to print the square hole in the orientation that results in a diamond. And what that means is that you don't need a base layer to support the beginning of the hole, and the hole closes gradually without the need for bridging, which results in a clean hole. I also did one in pink. This is the Atomic Filaments Bubblegum Pink, the one I made Michelle's little Splenda container out of that somebody there stole from her. If I figured out who stole from her, I'm going to eat them. I still have to print some more drawers, because that's been the bane of my existence the past few days, is figuring out how to print these drawers. Boy, have they been a nudge. Oh, man. I just want to eat someone. No, the square's 2.4 millimeters. I made the square 2.4 millimeters. So you make a 2.4 millimeter square, and then you rotate it 45 degrees. Well, after you decide the print orientation, you want to make sure it's a diamond in the print orientation. The model orientation doesn't matter. It's the print orientation that matters. And then give it a little smack. Make sure it's nice and flush. See, these are a little bit tight, but you can always grind on the edges a tiny bit. And none of this requires any tools whatsoever. It's all simply assemble it and shove the filament through. There is a couple of cases where a tool will be For example, where is my nippers? I don't know where my nippers are. But anyway, there's a time where when you're shoving the filament through a hole, where you want to take your side cutters and you want to grab the filament like 5 millimeters above the hole and push. And that'll give you more torque to get through areas that are a little tight. You can't go more than like 5 millimeters or the filament just bends. But you just go tick, 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 and you can shove that filament through. And it works fantastically. It really works great. I also figured out the starting G code to reliably print that first line. Hey, baby. Hi. Yeah. You're such a good boy. Yes, you are. So that these print, because you only have 2 perimeters for that first line when it prints these here. And by the way, I print these in vase mode. I finally figured out how to get these to stop being sloppy and not fitting right. I just print them in vase mode. 3 bottom layers in vase mode, and it works perfectly every time. Oh, it works wonderfully. Because when I had square ends, when I had the ends filled in, the problem I would have is that it would run back and forth to do it. It would do this end, then run down this end, then do this end, and then it would run down this end and start it again. And when it's doing that, it's dragging the boogers of PETG with it. And so just telling it to do this in vase mode, problem solved. Doesn't do it anymore. If you know you have really good bed layer adhesion and you have no problems getting stuff to stick, you can actually print all 4 of these parts in one go. So you need 2 of these. Now, I actually have 2 of these in the file, but one of them is flipped over. And they're identical, but the reason you do that is that you want the bed surface part of the print to be sticking out, because that looks the prettiest. That's going to be your prettiest surface. And so you have to print one inverted so that you end up with all smooth print surfaces facing out. And but yeah, that works absolutely fantastically. The double hinge allows you to fold this 180 degrees in either direction. See, that's your double hinge there that lets you do that. So now this will fold in either direction all the way. Stand it up, and you can do it like they do in the pictures. Okay. And then of course it all fits together. A couple other improvements that I added is there's now a lip here for this lid to sit on, so that when this is closed, this actually feels good. It doesn't squish anymore because it's riding on that lip, so it sits nice and clean. Every now and then you end up with the filament popping out right there. There we go. Yeah, this I dawned on me, why make it exactly identical to the original when I could just make it better than the original? So this is now better. There's still some tweaks that I got to make, but none of these tweaks stop me from releasing, so these files will be released today. None of these, I'm going to continue improving it, but none of these tweaks make it impossible to print or make it impossible to assemble. So I'm going to release the files. And one thing you might want to do is, I noticed that sometimes the filament likes to walk as you do this. It like works its way out, and it works it out enough that it then jams on the edge here. So it might be worth sticking a screwdriver in there and what do you call it when you balloon out the end of the filament so it stays put, or squish the end of it a little bit so it can't come out. And this way it closes cleanly. I figured out how to make sure that this, because of the way this prints, because I want this surface to be the clean surface, I have to print this upside down. So this is an overhang, so I remodeled that so now it prints perfectly fine. The only thing I have not done yet is I have not printed this with a 0.4mm nozzle, but in theory this should print easier with a 0.4mm nozzle. You just have to make sure you use 5 perimeters, or tell your printer to extrude 0.5 millimeters from the 0.4mm nozzle, and then use 4 perimeters, and that'll get you the exact same thing I have here. But the smaller nozzle will actually make things like printing these holes a lot easier. because mine were really, really tricky to print because it was just barely enough meat there to print it. I had to play with the single extrusion settings to get that to work properly. But overall, I am super pleased. I redesigned the bottom entirely. You're going to like this. You engineer types will like this, because this took me a little bit to figure this out. I'll dump it. So the bottom now has a little checker pattern. Now, there's several reasons for that. One is weight reduction. It makes the part lighter without making it weaker. The other problem is I noticed that this part here was bowing. So I did two things to fix that. One, no bottom layers. Not only does that save you a half an hour of print time not printing those bottom layers that you don't need, I like showing off the 3D printing aspect of my 3D prints, so I don't mind that. And plus, that's on the ground. The only places where I do that is the back of this piece, where you hardly ever see it, and the bottom of this piece, which you're not going to see, and the bottom of this piece. And it saves you about 40 grams, 50 grams of plastic overall for the whole print, and saves you about an hour and a half of print time for all the parts combined. But this tray in here that has all these openings, that does several things. One, it reduces weight. So this is now lighter without being weaker. Number two, by having these checkerboard pattern, they now act as I-beams, ridges, to strengthen this part. So now this part is actually stiffer. And also by having these pockets, if you have something in a drawer and it falls out of the drawer, well, now like little screws, this will capture it. Okay, there's a higher probability it'll be captured in one of these squares instead of just dumping out all over the place. So lots of benefits to doing that. And so it's reinforced, it's stronger, it's lighter, it's less prone to warping. So now this bottom plate stays nice and straight. It doesn't affect operation if it warps. The warp is very, very tiny. But as a matter of fact, maybe I can show you. This one, you might actually be able to see it. Yep, you can see it. So if you look closely, you may or may not be able to see it on the camera. But if you look closely, this bottom plate is just a tiny bit warped. And that's not a big deal, but that annoys me. And if I can fix it, why not? I'm going to fix it if I can fix it. And I did. That takes care of that. Tolerances have been loosened up on all of the openings, so now they fully insert and you're able to shove the filament all the way through without a problem. The only thing you might have to do is you might have to push and prod on the joints as you're working the filament in to line them up correctly to shove them in. You don't want the alignment to be too loose because then this will wiggle. And you don't want that. You want this to be nice and tight. And so I think I found the right balance. One of the things I'm going to work on today is to make the cabinet that's going to go below this. It's going to have like 6 or 7 drawers. And including making bigger drawers. So a double and a triple height drawer. Which should be pretty easy. Because that one doesn't need a lid. That one's just going to be a box. The only difference is that I'm going to do differently is that these are plastic. So they're going to slide around easy. So the top of the bottom cabinet is going to have a recess that this will fit in with a lip all the way around. This way this doesn't just slide off the top of the other cabinet. That's the only difference I'm going to make. Otherwise it's just going to be drawers. I think I might have figured out a way to have drawer stops. I haven't done it yet, but the way this works, these drawers slide in. They're a little bit snug sometimes, but yeah, they slide in, and there's nothing to stop them from sliding out. Well, what I'm thinking about doing is one of the reasons I've been trying to make the angled faces interface tightly but smoothly is so that I don't get up and down wiggle. See how there's no up and down wiggle? That's what I'm trying to avoid. I don't want that up and down wiggle. I hate that. To me, it seems sloppy. So the idea is, you'll notice there's a gap right there. I'm going to make that gap a little bit larger because I don't need, if I get this up and down tight enough, I don't need the actual triangle part here to go out quite as far. So I can make this a little shorter. And the reason to make that shorter is that I can then put a straight wall on the back of this piece where that trapezoid will stick out further. And then have this not be a full open trapezoid. I can have this be partially closed. So that partially closed edge and this slightly elongated edge will catch. So the drawer will only be able to pull out until it reaches the end of the catch, which will be almost entirely out like that. So the drawer would come out that far and then it wouldn't come out anymore. Now this would make assembly a little harder because that means you can't insert the drawers either. The drawers won't go in. The middle drawer will be no problem. You can just force the wall out a little bit and stick the drawer in. But what it means is you're going to have to put the drawers in before you install the last side face, because the drawers are going to become captive. But by capturing the drawers, now you no longer need to worry about the drawers just sliding out and separating from the model. And so I'm going to work on that. I think that's doable. I think that's possible to do. And but overall, see, this is the problem I have sometimes, is where the filament starts to work its way out. I mean, you just push it back in, but when it does that, you obviously can't close the lid because now the filament's interfering. So one way around that is to pinch the end of the channel, so that just take a pair of pliers and just give it a little pinch, squish it a tiny bit, so that the filament can't come out. Yeah, if you do it just a little bit, it'll be enough to stop the filament from coming out, but not enough to stop you from shoving it out if you have to work on this, because no fasteners, no glue, no drill bits, nothing. You just take pieces of filament and shove it through. Now there is an assembly order. All of this needs to be assembled before you put the end caps on, because the end caps don't have holes. I'm thinking about adding holes just to make assembly a little easier, because I don't find these little holes to be distracting. They don't seem to annoy me. So I'm thinking about adding holes to the end of this, just so that if you do happen to put a sidewall on first, you can still put it together. And we'll see. But no matter what, you still have the problem of this one here cannot go all the way through. These here don't matter because you can just snip the ends. But this one here, you still have to have one of these end caps off because you have to snip the end of it, because this hinge is captive between these two faces. And so and to print this is only 4 prints, not counting the drawers. The drawers are separate. So if you have a 2-2 printer like a Prusa or a Bamboo or an Ender 3, you got to print one piece at a time. But if you have a 3-3 printer, like a CR10, something that's a 334, then what I do is I print the 2 sides and the shelf as one print. I print the bottom and the back as one print, and I print the lid, all 4 pieces, as one print. And then I have 2 files for the drawer, a single drawer and 2 drawers at the same time, sequentially, because you only need 3. So if you do 1, you have to do 1 print, 1 print, 1 print. If you do 2, you do 2 prints, but now you have an extra drawer. So I have a single drawer print and a double drawer print. So it reduces the overall number of prints. But yeah, this is Atomic Filament Bubblegum Pink. This one is Atomic Filament Blood Diamond Red. I love this color. I really, really, really badly want to do one of the... I can't. I don't have enough of the plastic, and this plastic is way too expensive. This would go from being a $10 print to being a $35 print, because this takes about 1 kilogram of plastic. This is actually pretty heavy. But that also means it's nice. Now, if you do it with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, you will probably be able to make this lighter. But remember, lighter means not as strong. So most of the design of this is structural. So lighter means less strength. So just be careful with that. But overall, I am super, super stoked with how this came out. It's strong, it's stiff, it's rigid. There's no wiggle, there's no play, there's no jiggling. I mean, it doesn't try to flop around, even though there's no glue or fasteners. It works well. This is surprisingly simple and works great to open that drawer. You have the shelf at the top here for putting stuff in there, and then of course you have your drawers for putting anything you want in there. Theoretically, you could even replace You can do a single 3-layer drawer, or one single and one double layer drawer in here, or 3 singles, because this will be completely modular when I'm done. I'm really, really, really happy with this. And of course, no support. So it's clean. It's nice. I will have complete G-code available and factory files, because I do a lot of neat little tricks to get this to print the way I want it to minimize plastic usage and to print cleanly. The only time you're going to need the drill bit is if you have a bum print. So for example, is it this one? Yes, I think it's this one. So on this one here, nope, not that one. Is it this one? No. Which one was it? One of these, the bottom didn't print right. Yeah, here we go. So you can see, that didn't stick right. So that kind of printed wonky. And so I had to go through with the drill bit and, open up and fix that hole. So the 2mm drill bit is handy. However, if you have I haven't seen no comments. If you have a proper clean print that prints correctly, that you will not require any. The only cleanup work you're going to need is your snips. When you print these, it's not a problem, because the jump from here to here, the jump from here to here is so tiny that you don't have any oozing really. But when you print this, it jumps from here to here to here to here to here with single extrusions, and you end up with these little tiny wisps between them, and they can make this not fit together quite right. And so what I do is I just go through with the snips at a 45-degree angle and go snip, 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 and get rid of all those, and then it's fine. But otherwise, no fasteners, no glue, no drill bits are required if it prints correctly. And the only thing you need to assemble this is your side cutters as a torque aid and filament. You just shove filament there. Don't use PLA. Even if you print this in PLA, it'll be fine. But I don't advise using PLA for the hinges, because PLA is brittle when it's stressed. So have you ever seen a roll of you get one of those sample rolls of PLA and it's in a million pieces? Well, that's because when you take a piece of PLA and you do this, I want you to imagine a millipede cracking its back. You now have a million microfractures along that piece of plastic. And those microfractures will eventually allow water ingress, which will increase the brittleness, and eventually the plastic just snaps. Have you ever noticed that plastic is, well, it's pretty flexible, right? It doesn't break. Yet the piece that was in the Bowden tube, snap, 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 snap. And you have to keep snapping it until it stops snapping. Well, the reason it became brittle is because you started off with a curled piece of plastic and you forced it straight through the extruder, the feeder. And when you did that, you created stress fractures all along that plastic. And those stress fractures eventually result in the plastic going. And PETG is a lot less prone, not immune, but less prone to this than PLA is. And unless you can heat the plastic to its TG and then cool it back down again, basically tempering it, which you can't do because that would wreck your print. I would suggest using PETG for your hinges. So use PETG to slide through. Cut the end of the 45, straighten it out so that the end of it is a nice straight piece like that. That will allow it to jump from joint to joint without jamming on you so much. And if it does jam, just rotate it. Usually just rotating it like that will get you past it and allow you to keep pushing it through. And where are my nippers? This is so much easier if I show you. I think they're in there with the printers. Oh, nope, I found them. I think I found them. Yep, there they are. They're tangled. They always tangle. They tangle with everything. They are tangle monsters. Why does this insist on rotating? It's not rotating. So, when you're shoving the plastic through and you encounter a jam, sometimes just pull it out and shove it through a little harder, but be careful, because what will happen is you'll shove and it'll do this. It'll bend. And you don't want that. So what you do is you take your nippers like this. Let's say you're in like this, okay? And you're trying to shove it through. What you do is you gently grab it about 5 millimeters above where you're trying to do, and you push. And you grab it a little higher, push. You go that high, it's going to bend. So you want to be down here, and you just push, 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 and you'll eventually shove it through. And it works really well. Cut the end at a angle so that it's less likely to jam going through. And when you do hit a jam, just give it a rotate and keep pushing. It'll go through just fine. And if it really does give you a hard time, like you can't get your printer settings fine-tuned well enough, it's a couple dollars for a 2mm drill bit. You get the 160mm or longer. On some parts, you'll have to shove it through from both sides. And but that will clean up your hole nicely and make it easy to push the filament through. But in theory, if you print it correctly, you should not have to use any drill bits to clean up the holes. They should print clean. But I am super, super happy with how it came out. I really like these boxes. I really want to get some. I'm going to go out to the bus later this weekend and see if I can find some different color PETGs. Or even some PLAs, because this will work fine with PLA. Just don't leave it in a hot car. I want to make a multicolor one. Like, I would really love to make. I still have enough of the pink and the red to make a couple of more lids, but not entire boxes. That's just too much plastic. I only have a little bit left of each color. But I would love to make a version of this with the blood diamond red lid and pulls and Sakura pink body. I think that would look freaking sick. I also want to make a blue and orange one. But I might be able to do that. I have the Prusament blue and I have a little bit of orange, transparent orange. There should be enough on there to make lids and pulls. And so do the lids and pulls in orange and then do the body and drawers in Prusament blue. So that might get me my blue and orange one. And yeah, I'm super, super excited about this. I like this a lot. It really came out nice. And I printed 4 of them for less than what it would cost me to buy one. Although I blew like a kilogram of PETG printing freaking drawers. Oh man, it's like, oh yeah, I got it. This is right. This is right. And of course I'd print 2. And nope, it don't fit. It's like, no, I just wasted like 400 grams of plastic. But these, I'm going to shave them down to make them fit proper. What's in there? Oh, drawer pull. Here we go. I'm going to shave these down and make them fit right so I can use them. And yeah, overall, I'm very, very happy. You can see how the drawer rests on that lip. So now you can push on the top and it doesn't flex. And it's just overall, it feels a lot nicer. It works a lot nicer. It can be a little finicky to get it into that hole, to that ridge there, but once it's in, it locks in and you are all good. What I'm thinking about doing is either printing a name on the side here or using a sticker. And I want to make a carrier that I can take these and slide them in on my wall. And so I'll have a dedicated toolbox for any particular hobby or function. And, I just go up there and say, okay, I'm going, rocket flying today. So I'll grab the rocket toolbox and take it with me. I think that would just be really neat, really handy. You'll see that some of these toolboxes have inserts. So each tool fits in a specific spot. That'll be pretty easy to do. You just design an insert to fit in the drawers in the top. And you could do that if you like that, or what I'm going to do, just toss the tools in the drawer. It also wouldn't be that hard. You can even do this in you could do it in Simplify 3D. You could do it just by importing a cube. And then you can distort that cube any way you want. And I believe you can also do this in Prusa Slicer, and I'm pretty sure Orca Slicer can also do this, where you can insert objects. And so that, for example, if you just want to subdivide, if you want to add, if you want to add divisions to this, so if you want this to be 3 sections, you can just add walls. Just make sure you don't go past, where you're not supposed to go. And the same thing with the drawers. You can add subdivisions if you want to divide the drawer into subdivided spaces, have it built into the model. Like if that's exactly how you're going to use that and there's not a problem, you can do that if you want to. And I'm also gonna modify a Gridfinity grid to put Gridfinity squares in here, just because I think Gridfinity is awesome. But I know people are going to want that, so I'll put a Gridfinity square in there. But yeah, I am very, very, very happy with this. Any suggestions? Things that you see I can improve? Things I should change? I was thinking about adding magnets to this so that when the drawer is, for example, folded like this, the 2 magnets will hold that together so it doesn't do that. Not necessary really, but some people might like it not to do this. To me it's a minor thing, but I was thinking of also ways to if you have a 500mm printer, which is the largest printer you're going to reasonably gain access to, you could scale this up to 162%. And although the only thing preventing, parts like this and this you could print in multiple pieces, and I can use dovetails to join them together, even though that wouldn't be ideal. But you don't really want to do that with pieces like this because they're pretty, and you want them to stay pretty. And having a big fat joint going right down the middle would kind of suck. And so I gotta think about that. If I want to make a big. And the other problem is when you start making this bigger than this. Well, now it makes more sense to just buy a toolbox, because you could buy 12-inch, 18-inch toolboxes relatively cheap. It starts to make less sense. Although it would be interesting to try printing an actual proper tool chest, like an actual full-size Matco, Snap-on, Harbor Freight, Boss tool chest, and to see what would that cost, because those tool chests are expensive. They're really expensive, and it might actually be equitable in time. Now, for an auto mechanic, no, that's not going to make any sense. You're going to beat the living hell out of your toolbox, and the plastic's just not going to hold up over time. Or you'd have to use so much plastic that you're just wasting money on plastic, even at $10 a kilo. But for a home user, especially a tech user like us, where we don't need toolboxes to handle a lot of brute force because we're just not going to be rough on our stuff, it might work. Let's find out. The cheapest you're probably going to find is Harbor Freight. What is this? I don't want this. Why would you do that? Because you're an idiot. You found a link from 10 years ago. Oh, I think they closed my account at Harbor Freight because I didn't use it. Let's see. Toolbox. Okay. So U.S. General would be the Harbor Freight brand, I believe. Let's see. Tool carts, tool chests. Wow. Well, this is a triple bank chest, that's why. So this is what you're looking at. This is your standard starting toolbox. 27 by 22 inch top chest, $250. That's close. Not sure if that's equitable or not. Let's see. Well, I mean, even if it took you, even if it took you 10 or 12 kilos of plastic, that's still only 100, 120 bucks. That's still half the price of this. But what do now at this point you're gonna want proper sliders. What do they cost? I want to see sliders. Why aren't you showing me drawer sliders? Is it because it's a sub search? They're just not available. Okay. Ooh, how are we doing on here? I was about to go to Amazon and look. Ooh, not so good this month. Although we're only 5 days in. Okay. Drawer slides. Well, they're not bad. I need 22-inch though. Here's 20-inch drawer slides. 6 pair. So that's enough to do 6 drawers for 45 bucks. Ooh, soft close. Yeah, but now you're getting to the price of just buying a drawer. Nope, we don't want to use 20-inch for 43. Yeah, at least 20-inch. Here's 5 pairs of 22. Here's 10 pair of 22 for 66. So you need something like this. So you're looking at between probably 150 and 175 to do it yourself. And now you have plastic instead of metal. And is that a large enough savings to be worth not buying metal drawers? I don't know. You can lighten it. I could probably do it for 5 kilos. That's 50 bucks. So now we're talking, again, with the slides, half the price of buying it. So that might be worth it as a project. Maybe. I'll have to think about that. Yeah, I'll have to think about that. And you're definitely going to want to use screws for this. Instead of trying to make it all 3D printed, you're going to want to use hardware, which is not expensive. 10 bucks will get you enough hardware to do the whole thing. You just, fixate on a standard screw size and just use that for everything. Yeah, 1.5 inch or 2-inch number 8s would cover everything. You get a simple drill tap and you tap them and then you screw them in, and that's more than strong enough for something that's not going to be abused. In an auto repair environment, no, you're going to kill that thing really fast. But in a home environment, in a tech environment, where you're dealing with model airplanes, model rockets, computers, 3D printers, where you're dealing with more precision tools and less grease and grime and abuse and heavy tools, then yes, could probably work. But at that point, it might be better. You might be better off just buying a dresser and repurposing it. But that defeats the point. I like printing things. It would also be pretty easy to simply make a double drawer and then not have to use a larger printer. So if you did something like this, where it was a double drawer, in fact, more specifically, U.S. General, more specifically, it's a different list. Oh, we were looking at top boxes, chests. Something like this, where it's a double set, except instead of having big and small, we would have 2 same size. So imagine this being split in half. So you could make, on a 334 printer, you can make 12-inch drawers, and 2 sets of 12 will give you 24 inches. And you just bolt them together. Your centerpiece, you would make that one beam that would connect the 2 of them together. And this way you'd have a 24-inch chest. It wouldn't be as big as this. It wouldn't be a 27 by 22. it would be like a 24 by 24 by 12, so it would be a lot smaller. Although, wait a minute, I think that 22 is the height, isn't it? That's not the depth, because I don't think these have 22-inch depth. Yeah, I think I'm misreading that. Well, 26-inch wide, 22 high, and 21 long. So that's depth. So it actually is pretty big. Those are pretty big drawers. Okay, that's bigger than I thought. If you really wanted to make something big, you'd be better off with something like a Cobra Max or a Chiron, where you can go 400 millimeters, because that'll allow you to go to 16 inches. And if you do a 16 by 16 drawer, or it would be a little less than that, of course, since that's your maximum, but a 16 by 16, and then double it, that'll give you a 32 by 16, which is not bad. That's pretty close to this. And I might work on that, maybe. We'll see. We'll see if I think it's worth working on. All right, let's shave this down just a hair smaller. So we take this and we make this. Let's go 0.2. So 215.8, 215.8, and then we recenter this and rejoin. It's important not to mess up the spacing of these, otherwise your pulls won't fit. That should be enough to make sure this fits properly. Now the idea I had was to do something like this. So let's do this. Let's do this. And let's take this and do that. This and do that. Now, let's make this a full millimeter bigger. So let's make this 2.25. 2.25. So we're going to chop off that big of a chunk, except we're going to do, let's do this, align with this end cap. Now we're aligned that way. And let's do, I think 3 millimeters would be enough. So, first of all, let's just change the size of this so that we work with even numbers. 110. Just because it's a pain in the ass to work with uneven numbers. Okay. Now, we take 3 millimeters, so 107. Three millimeters. 107. Okay. Yeah, that's enough meat to not break. Actually, before I screw this up, let's copy this. Let's undo all this. This will be our regular drawer. This will be the new drawer. This way I don't screw up my original drawer. We join this. Damn it! We join this. Now we take this, this, and this. Join them, and then we join that. Okay. So now what we're looking at is are people live in the chat? I haven't seen anybody say anything. Is chat working, or is chat not working? Oh, there you go. Okay, so it's working. Let's see here. So now we have this little lip here. That little lip is going to be the drawer stop. Now let's switch back. Well, let's export the drawer. And let's call this drawer V2. V2. Export STL. Okay. Now, let's move these out of the way. That's not what I wanted you to do, you dirtball. Let's get you over here out of the way. Bring you back here. Let's go back to this. Why does it bring me over here? Well, why not bring me over here? I don't get that. I need to work on this anyway. So Control D. I've been keeping this model here just so I can get an idea of how everything fits together. It's coming pretty handy for visualizing everything. You see what I did here? See how the holes are diamonds facing up? That solves the printing problem. I'll show you that in the slicer in a minute. Okay. So the way this will work is we take this and we unjoin. There's my little additional piece. Okay, so how am I going to do this? That's 5.5 millimeters, I believe. Yeah, I think I made that 5.5 millimeters. Okay. Wiggle. It's minus 123, and they are. Oh, come on. Why do you gotta be such a hard nose? Oh, that's why. And they are 118. 19, 20. So it's only 5 millimeters difference. Because if that's negative 123, then it's a 5 millimeter difference between this and this. This is 120. So that means this needs to be 115. Yes. So instead what I do is I make this 112. There. Please don't do that. Don't be a nudge. Why do you insist on picking that first? It's like, blow me. Why the hell did you do that? Because I deselected. God, this is annoying. There we go. There. Now the drawers can't slide in or out. And that little lip that we created on the back of the drawer will hit this piece here. Now that actually can't be that deep. This has to be oh, how do I do that? So I need to duplicate this, slide it this way. This is going to be 3 millimeters. Now we need to chop off a chunk of this. What we do is we take this, we put it here, and then we invert it like that. So we are 2.25, so let's make this 2.4. 2.4. Why did you ignore me typing? I hate when it does that. Yes. Do that. Turn it back into a hollow, and then align it with the end of this. There. Now we get this. There. Now we have a lip on the inside of here, and that lip will capture the little extension lip sorry, dude. Sneezes are kind of uncontrolled. So this will basically be stops for the drawers, and the drawers will become captive, and that will stop the drawers from being ejected. So it'd be pretty easy to test that. I could just print one of these and take this, rotate, not rotate, mirror. There we go. So now I have my left and right capture drawers, and I have the new capture style drawer. I believe I print them this way. Align them this way. How big is that? 246, that's good. So, MTB, sides, capture. Export STL. That should be the only thing I need to change. I shouldn't need to change anything else. In order to experiment with captured drawers. So I print 2 of these. Basically, the next time I print one of these cabinets, I print it with these sides instead of the other sides. And then I try it. And we see how it works. Assembly will be slightly trickier, but the result will be drawers that can't fall out. At least not fall out easily. Come on. Sometimes it just gets stuck. Well, it doesn't help that I'm trying to export 2 files together. Thanks, Rob. I kind of murdered my channel, but I'll slowly rebuild it. Little by little. Come on, export the damn thing. Stop being a nudge. Yeah, especially in my lungs, I do power sneezes. When I do sneezes, the house shakes. Oh man, I learned that there's a lot of there's a lot of people out there who are just scumbags, who just love ripping people off because someone was posting about DoorDash and Uber Eats on Facebook, and My reply was like 30,000 characters, and Facebook said, no, 8,000 character max. I was like, yeah, I'm not breaking that apart into 5 posts, so I just made a video explaining the issue. And the number of people who came out of the woodwork just tossing ad hominem attacks at me because they don't like the fact that I'm calling them out for being douches, even though I didn't explicitly call them out for being douches. I just explained the costs involved with doing that. And it's like, hello, I don't do DoorDash. I don't do Uber Eats. So what do you mean I need to get a better job? I have a real job. You don't have a real job. I have a real job. Okay, I run my own company. I ran it into the ground, and it's not making me very much money, but it's my own company. I run it. And I was like, what do? You work a 9 to 5, so you don't have a job. You're a slave. You're someone's bitch working for them. Okay? Do you own stock in the company? Or do you get shares? Do you profit share? Okay, so then you don't have a job. You're a wage bitch. Okay, so don't come at me. It's like, I don't do Uber Eats or DoorDash. When they first came out, I sat down for 20 minutes and did the math, and it took me about 60 seconds to realize this can't work. It can't work. It's like, it doesn't work. Like, there's no way this works. It only works if people are ignorant of how it works and they don't realize they're getting screwed. There's exceptions. There's this one guy I watch on YouTube. He's pretty good. He does DoorDash and Uber Eats. He does both on his phone. He has 2 phones or 2 apps running or whatever. And but he does it on an e-bike. So he's in the city and he does it on an e-bike. And that's one of the few conditions under which you can actually make some money doing that. I keep wanting to 3D print him a mount for his phone because he's almost dropped it a few times. And but I'm just I wasn't railing against. I didn't complain about Uber Eats or DoorDash. I didn't complain about corporate politics. I didn't complain about not making enough money, and I didn't complain about lack of tips because I don't do that work. All I did was explain the financial side that the driver has to deal with, and that it's you see a similar problem with 3D printing. Is that people don't factor in their own time and their own costs. All they factor in is the filament. And I was like, the filament's one of your smallest costs. It's like one of the smallest costs to make something like this. This is about $11, maybe $12, about $10 to $12, depending on how much of it is this plastic. This is about $10 or $11 worth of plastic. Now it's also about, let's see, 6, 12. It's also about 15 to 18 hours worth of printer time to print plus the drawers. So more like 20 hours. You're looking at like 20 hours worth of printer time, which is actually pretty good for a kilogram of plastic. You're talking bamboo speeds there. You could probably do a little faster with a 0.4 nozzle on a bamboo. But because I'm using a 1mm nozzle, I'm laying down a shit ton of plastic and fast. What do you think I'm going to sell this for $12? If I'm never going to sell this, okay? I'm going to put up files for like $10 or $12, and that'll include G-code, and of course it'll be free for Patreons, and it'll be free on printables and Thingiverse, but without the G-code, you'll have to figure out how to slice it. That's the value add that I'm adding to justify selling it. But if I were to actually just sell a hard one of these, it'd be $50. Because that's what this is worth. Oh, I can get a metal one for $40. Yeah, but it won't be pretty. Mine's pretty. Theirs is not. Okay? It'd be $40 or $50 to sell this. To sell you a hard one, meaning where I do all the work to make this. I mean, you're talking about a lot of labor to amortize over that, a lot of machine time to amortize over that, electricity to amortize over that. I mean, it's not much electricity. You're talking about $1.15 electricity. If you're efficient, if you're nice and efficient about it, it's about $1.15 electricity. But most of that comes down to the effort that I put in to optimize these files. to print properly with minimal failure. And like one of the biggest problems I ran into was getting that first line to stay put. That first line is so important because now in pieces like this, it's not as important. If there's a tiny little gap somewhere, it doesn't really matter. And plus, this Tech Bears Pet G sticks like gangbusters. It's wonderful. I never have a problem with this Tech Bears sticking. And that's something else I need to, maybe you might be able to help me with this, Big Bad Joe. I think I could trust you. I mean, you've sent me 6 kilograms of plastic. If I were to send you $40, would you order some plastic for me? Because now that I don't have an Amazon Prime account, and my brother doesn't have an Amazon Prime account anymore, I can't get the $20 price. So at some point, once I have the money, probably next week after, I want to order another 4 kilograms of that white. But I don't want to pay $27 for it. I want to pay $20 for it. So if you're willing, I can Zelle you. This way there's no fees. Zelle you $40 and you can order plastic for me if you're willing. Let me know. Because I don't have an Amazon account now. Well, I have an Amazon account. It's not a Prime account. And I didn't realize that they were actually going to have different prices whether or not you had Prime or not. That was a eye-opener. Alright guys, a couple of neat gadgets you guys might get a kick out of. This was like $8. It's orange and it's USB-C. But it's a, it's to, oh, it's got plastic on it. That's what that is. This is for, shaving the calluses off your heels of your foot. Because mine tend to callus up really bad because I'm heavy. And then I got this actually for both me and for 3D printing. This was like $12, I think. It was really cheap. But it's a little fan. And it's surprisingly nice. USB. Woo! The USB-C charging. And it actually has a screen right inside of here. Watch this. So that's at 20% speed. And it's surprisingly quiet and puts out a decent amount of air. So I can see using this to cool off in a humid environment. But what I got this for is to crank it up a bit and use it to cool down my print bed really fast when I want to get the print off. And then you just double tap down to turn it off. And it shows a percentage as it's charging. Really nice for that price. But the one thing is with the Vision Miner nanopolymer adhesive aid for the bed, you can't pull the part off hot. First of all, you probably won't be able to. Like I could grab a part and pick up the printer with the part attached by the part. It holds that well. But if you do pull it off, when you the nanopolymer adhesive is a little bit softer when it's hot. You can actually touch it and you can feel it sticky. That's why it sticks so well. So if you pull the part off hot, you're pulling the nanopolymer off. And that stuff's expensive. So you let it cool down completely, you'll actually hear the parts crack as the part shrinks and it separates from the print bed. You'll actually hear it. And you'll hear it crack, crack, crack. It's like, okay, time to get the parts off. But this, when I need to get a part, I want the part now, I don't want to wait, I can use this to cool it down. Just to blow cold air over it and cool it down faster to allow me to get the part off without damaging the nanopolymer. But that's why I got that. And, oh man. The chucks came in, they work fine. So these are the little chucks. I convert it into a hex because my little electric screwdriver is more than enough for cleaning out the channels. And so now when I get the other sizes in, I'll just mount them each to one of these, and then I can just chuck this into any drill whenever I need to. So that worked out really well. They were $1.39 a piece from AliExpress. And also be careful on AliExpress. There are scammers with 3D filament as well. Duplicating like King Rune's 3D filament deals. So you think you're buying it from someone legitimate. And what happens is they actually do ship something, but it's like a letter and it doesn't go to you. It goes to like themselves. And so what happens though is AliExpress in China sees, okay, something was shipped there's a tracking number. Something was delivered. They said, okay, we're done with it. And what happens is when you go to dispute it, saying, whoa, I never got my filament, they say, okay, well, first you have to try to clear up the dispute with the seller. And what they'll do is the seller will offer you a refund. It'll either be in a different denomination, so you're only getting a partial refund, or they'll move the decimal place. So let's say you order $77.52 for a 10 kilos, package. They'll offer you a $7 and 7.752 discount, which doesn't even make sense. They'll refund. But if you're not looking carefully, you're going to see $77.52 and think you're getting your money back, when in reality, let me reset this. I'll be right back. I will reset the stream. Okay, we should be good. Yeah, it says we're connected. And audio should be back in sync. And so what they'll do is they'll send you a $77.52 discount. And if you're not paying attention, you're going to look at that and go, oh, okay, that's my money, and not realize the decimal point's been moved. So you're getting $7.75 back. And because you accepted a refund from them, AliExpress says, we're done. You accepted that compromise with them, and there's not much you can do. You can, but you have to fight hard. So you got to be careful not to, or they'll use a different currency. So they'll use pesos instead of dollars. So, oh yeah, you're getting 77.52 pesos back. Nope. You then escalate with AliExpress. You say, I tried to work with them. They tried to scam me. You escalate with them because now you've done the contact with them, and you'll get your money back. You got to remember that AliExpress and Temu are not stores. They are marketplaces. They're like Amazon. And if you've dealt with Amazon enough, then you've probably had a situation where a seller just burned you a little bit, and Amazon said, no problem, we'll take care of it. And they took care of it for you. That's because they're the marketplace, and they want to keep their customers happy. Well, Temu and AliExpress are the same thing. They're a marketplace, and they do have leverage, but they have rules. They have procedures. And if you accept that $5 thing, they're going to say, hey, he accepted the compromise. We're good. And there's nothing they can do, because that's part of the rules. But it's still fraud, and you could still fight it, and you should. You should keep trying to fight it, because that is definitely fraud, and that's not what that rule was not meant to cover that. But it makes it harder. And the problem is, especially for something expensive like $80 worth of filament, if I have a problem with a $1.09 pair of earrings, Temu is not even going to attempt to force me through any kind of negotiation. They're just going to give me my money back instantly. It's too small an amount to be worried about. But if it was an $80 item, like $80 worth of filament, well, now they're not just going to eat that. There's procedure to follow, because there is ways that you can abuse it as well. You could claim you didn't get it, and you want your money back. So now you got 10 kilograms of filament, and you got your money back. So it works both ways. So there is procedure that has to be followed, and basically they're abusing that procedure. And so you just have to be. This is buyer beware. You have to use your head and be aware. This is not a problem with China. It's not a problem with Temu. It's not a problem with AliExpress. It's a problem with scammers figuring out how to take advantage of these conditions to scam, to make money. That's what they do. And every system has it. And one of the easiest ways to get around this is a way that's very hard to do for a site like Temu and AliExpress. And it's called positive ID. When you sign on to Amazon, Amazon knows exactly who you are. There's no question about that. They know who you are. And that makes, you can scam someone once. And scamming them a second time becomes difficult, because now you need a new ID. Because now Amazon knows who you are. And that's something that's easy to do when there's not stringent ID checks, such as from China. Because they can't. Because who's gonna Who's going to submit their photo ID to a Chinese website? I'm not. I know you're probably not either. And so they it's a little harder for them. Oh, that is so much snot. Oh, I hate that. I wish the doctor could do something about that. I make so much snot, it's ridiculous. I generate so much. So that does mean that you have to be a little more intelligent and educated. You have to self-educate and improve your knowledge on what you're dealing with to avoid those scams. And because you think, well, they should create a system to fix that. Well, you're basically telling somebody else to hold your hand for you and be responsible for you. Now, to an extent where it's feasible, yes, they should. But remember, this is like, well, I developed radar. Well, I developed radar absorbing shapes. Well, I developed phased array radar. Well, I developed phased array radar absorbing paint. And an anti-radar, jamming. Okay? It's a cat and mouse game. Our military develops new technology. Their militaries develop counter technologies to counter our technologies. Well, the same thing happens with scammers. It's a weapons race. Every time AliExpress figures out a way to, or Temu or Amazon, every time they figure out a way to counter the scammers find the loopholes in the system to get around the countermeasures. That's just the way it is. Scamming people out of money is easier than earning it legitimately. If I can steal the money from you and get away with it, well, that's easier than earning it. And so you're going to have people who are constantly going to do that. You have to be vigilant. And the biggest two things that they take advantage of when they scam you is, one, your greed. When you see, I can show you, hang on. Because they're still there. They're having trouble getting rid of them. Come on. Oh, go away. Oh, that's actually probably legit. Oh, here we go. Now, this one's kind of in your face blatant. But anybody who thinks you're getting a 3600 watt hour, 6000 watt lithium iron phosphate totable battery backup unit for $6.49, you got a screw loose. Okay? You're stupid. You're a moron. You're an idiot. And you're just being greedy. Thinking, oh, maybe I'll get it. No, you won't. You'll never get it. That handle costs more than $6.50. You're not getting it. But they depend on people's greed and figuring, well, I'll just blame someone else if I do get screwed. I spend $40 buying $400 worth of tools, and then I get screwed. Oh, woe is me. Wait a minute. You spent what? Buying what? I thought the guy bought, $400 worth of tools and someone just sent him junk. No. He spent $40 on $400 worth of tools. And you thought you were going to get legit tools? Really? You deserve to be burned, buddy. I mean, you're an idiot. Okay? You're not getting this. You're not getting it. This is a scam. Now, you might be saying, why is this here? Why don't they remove this? They do. And they re-add it as fast as they can remove it. They close accounts as fast as they can remove it. There's a lot less of them now, though. That's probably illegitimate, actually. Oh, there's my earrings I got. This ones I'm wearing. They're really nice. These are really nice earrings. That's legitimate. That's a normal price for that. Wait a minute. Okay, this is a scam. Yeah, you're not getting nothing with a... You're not getting... First of all, you're not getting a Xiaomi tablet for $100. Xiaomi is like Nike or Sony. It's a name brand at this point. You're not getting a Xiaomi tablet for that unless there's a garbage one. No, they're all that price. Yeah, this is a scam. Yeah, you're not getting 16 gigabytes of RAM, 512 gigabytes of storage, and a Xiaomi tablet for that price. With a Snapdragon 8 Gen 2? No, that's not happening. No way. Maybe with a Snapdragon 4, you might get something like that with, 4 gigs and 32 gigs or 4 gigs. Actually, even 8 gigs and 256 is feasible for this price. I've seen tablets at that price point. But a Snapdragon 8, now the problem is, this depends on you being knowledgeable about what you're looking at. See, I saw this and immediately knew this was wrong. I mean, we're at Gen 4 right now, but that's still a 2024 processor. You're not getting any device with that processor for that much money. It's going to cost them almost that much money just to buy that processor. I mean, what does that cost? It's $160. It's $160 just for the processor. Hello? that's the price for the manufacturer to buy it. And you think you're going to get an entire tablet with that processor? You might get a tablet. It just won't have a Snapdragon in it. And it won't have 512. Okay? Now, why can't they close these down? Because it's automated. If you took all the unemployed people on the entire planet, this looks sketchy. Oh, that's probably for a 5-pack. Yeah, okay. This is not a scam, but it's deceptive, where they will they'll show the best product, which is that one, but they'll show the cheapest price, which is that one, or this is the black one. Well, the one that's not available is the cheapest price. But I hate when they do that. They should be required to match. If you're going to show the $90 product, then you should be required to put the $90 price here. But when you get a tracking number, the first thing you can do when that tracking number hits the system, let me double check, make sure I'm not talking through my ass on this. Let's see. Where is it? There is a way to see this. Here we go. This will work. I mean, maybe I'm remembering wrong, but now I don't think this works with USPS. But I think this does work with FedEx and UPS. Hey, Zero. Usually it will show you the mass. It'll show you it's not showing me. They used to show you the mass of the object. Whatever was being shipped. Maybe they don't anymore. But I thought they used to show you the weight of the object, whatever is being sent to you. So if you're ordering it, 10 kilograms, that's 22 pounds plus packaging. If it's less than 25 pounds, something's fishy. If it's less than 20 pounds, something's fishy. So if you order 10 kilograms of filament and your tracking number says it weighs 2 ounces, well, somebody's sending a letter. Not 10 kilograms of plastic. I'm doing pretty good, Ciro. How are you doing? So use your head. Be smart about it. And also, check the history. If they're a brand new account, something's fishy. Like, let me show you. Do they even do that on here? I don't know if they do that on Temu or on AliExpress. This used to be a good deal to buy tires like this online, you know, from like Tire Rack and stuff like that. But the problem is, I guess depending on where you live, they charge so much to mount and balance tires that doesn't make sense. Eventually, I want to get my own tire machine, and apparently you can get that pretty cheap on sites like this. So tire machine, and it probably will be worth it for me to eventually get one when I can afford it. That's a bead breaker. But I heard you can get a whole machine relatively affordably. One of the YouTubers I watched just reviewed it. Oh, here we go. Here's a manual one. Yeah, $80. So here's a manual tire changer. And you know, $80. That's not bad. I mean, I have no money, but every now and then I check Facebook. Because you'd be surprised, every now and then you can get stuff cheap. Tire machines make you... What the hell? What the fuck is this? PWY... What is that? R? I don't fucking know what that letter is there. PV? It's probably wrong. I guess it was right. When it's harder for us to determine what those things are. Let's see here. Marketplace. I haven't checked in a while. Yeah, $1,000. That's a nice one though. That's all hydraulic. You hook it up to an air compressor. I mean, that's nice, and that's not bad for what that is. That's really not bad. But I don't got $1,000, so it doesn't matter. Then you need a tire balancer. You can use a bubble balancer to get close. Like for my electric car, a bubble balancer would be fine because I'm never going faster than 40 miles an hour. But for a highway vehicle, you want a proper balance. Let's see. There is a tire machine for $600. Ooh. That ain't bad. Yeah, see, this is not worth it. This is a manual one. You can buy one new for $80. You see that a lot, too. Hitch mount tire changer. That's actually kind of cool. Change the tire right on the side of the road. You know, if you're a traveling mechanic, that's pretty cool. On-car tire balancing machine? That's interesting. I wonder how that works. Huh. Interesting. Also, what the hell? I can't afford to buy any, but I'm curious. 3D printer. 3D printing service. Filament and resin. Elegoo Neptune 3 Pro for $150. That's actually not bad. It's too far away, but that's not a bad price for that printer. It's probably $225 new. Rise 2XC. Never heard of that. $2,500. Wow. These are some serious machines. Jesus. That is an Ender 3 that you can buy for $150 anywhere, and they're trying to sell for $250. CR10 Smart, not worth $600. CR10 V2, $200. That's not a horrible price. $150 be better. This is an older Prusa for $400. They tend to go for a little more. I think that's overpriced though, because that looks like a Mark II. Yeah, that looks like a Mark II. It could be a 3. If it's a 3, that's not horrible. Formlabs for 1,000. Oh, little Tina. These are $50 printers. That's not worth 200 bucks. They're not, well, they're not $50 printers, but they're also not worth, maybe I'm talking out my ass. I have one. I have two of them. I love them. Yeah, these are $179 new on Amazon. And he's trying to sell this used one for 200 bucks. Yeah, no. Ooh, a TiVo Tornado Gold. Nice. That's an oldie. Ender 5 Plus, not bad. Way too much money. Even with all this stuff, that's way too much money. i3 Mega, that's not worth 200 bucks. It's worth 100 tops. This looks like, oh, that's a nice FL Sun for 300 bucks. That's not bad. That's not a horrible deal. It looks like an SR with the remote pad. Artillery X3 has a 334 for 150. That's not bad. ANET E12, 100 bucks is about right for a working 3D printer. This printer is actually surprisingly good for an ANET. It's got a lot of garbage issues. Like the first thing that's going to happen is you're going to melt the connector for the heat bed. But this printer is almost as precise as my Ender 2s. It's a surprisingly quality printer once you fix all of its flaws. It's really not that bad a machine. If you wanted one for some, and it's also got an unusually long y-axis, so it's more like a Prusa, except rotated. So it's got a slightly expanded build volume. But for 100 bucks, you could probably negotiate down to 75 if it works. That's probably not too bad. And he may have corrected most of the issues. I see 3D printed parts on here, so he may have corrected the issues, or he may have created new issues. Who knows? A CR6 Max for 400. That does not look like a Max. It could be, but that looks too small to be a Max. The CR6 Max is huge. It's like a 450 by 450 build volume, or 420 by 420. That's actually probably not a horrible price, but that's a lot of money for a used printer. Ooh, a ProJet. 750 bucks, and good luck getting the materials for it. The Dremel, too much money. Anchormate M5 for 300. That's not bad. If this works, if there's nothing wrong with it, that's not bad. Ender 5 S1, if it's brand new, sure, but I don't know. What is that? Now that looks like a CR6 Max. And here's a Neptune 4 Max, but a little too much money. Ender 3 Max is not bad. It's a 300 by 300 by 300 printer. Adventure 3C, that's a fair price. Creality K1 for 360, that doesn't sound too bad. You know, I guess they want to sell it to get the K2. That's probably why they're selling it. If that's 200 bucks for both, that's actually not bad. 100 bucks each, if assuming they work. Well, that's not a bad deal. Ender 3 Neo, it's probably not a horrible deal, but this is probably the printer you get for $99 or $129 at Micro Center. 6K Jupiter, 400 bucks. I don't know if that's a good deal or not. It says mounted price, but this is a Tina. Now that's the proper price for a used Tina, 50 bucks. That's not a bad deal. Assuming it works, that's not a bad deal. Wow, an old MakerBot. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. If I had the money, I might buy that for some nostalgic reasons. 200 bucks for an old MakerBot? That's actually pretty cool. They were overpriced machines, but, you know, historically speaking, that's like a nostalgia item at this point. Let's see, X1 Carbon for 1,000. That's probably not a bad price for that. That's not a 3D printer. Anybody want a $50,000 Stratasys? Ooh. He's too far away, but I'd maybe offer to buy the filament. I want some of that orange. 500 bucks for all three of those is actually not bad. Oh, looks like no, it's not. So it's not for all of them. It's for each. I don't care what it is originally. It's not worth that now. 10S Pro 350. That's new price. No, it's not 650 new. That's not what they cost. 10S Pro V2. That's another one. Again, not worth this. I'll give you 350 for both of them. You know, unless your printer is specialized or has high resale value, like a Bamboo or something like that. And I would question buying a used Bamboo printer because, well, those things are fast and they use them a lot. Bamboo should start putting hour meters on their printers. You know, I want to see how many hours that thing's run before I go spending money on it. Sigmax. I never heard of them. It's like an IDEX. If it was easily fixable, you'd have fixed it. So it's not easily fixable. But that's a cool looking machine. I never heard of it before. You guys heard of a Sigmax before? There it is right there. So the price is $740. Wow. That's pretty cool. You know, if that was like 200 bucks, and well, Colorado Springs is not that far. If that was like 200 bucks, I might take a shot at that. That's just a cool looking printer. What's the build volume? 420 by 297 by 210. So it's 420 wide, which means in IDEX you have 210. So it's a 210 by 210 by 297. That's not bad. Huh. That's actually kind of cool. I'm going to save that. He'll come down on the price. And if I could somehow come up with the money, I might take a shot at that. That's a pretty neat looking printer. Voxel Lab, cheap printers. That's an Ender 3, not worth 200 bucks. Not worth $900. HP is trying to get back what they put into it. That's just not how that works. It's just not how it works. That's why they don't sell. That's clean looking. These are actually pretty nice printers. $100 not bad for that. If it's intact, if everything's there, it's not too bad. Ooh. Wow, that ain't bad. Now, is this the one with the 420 print pad? Oh, this is the original Cobra Max. It's not the Cobra 2 or the Cobra 3. Okay, it says Cobra Max, and it is a 443. Only a 443. Oh, it's 450 by 400 by 400. That's weird. That's a really weird build volume. That does look like it. I mean, that's a nice... I wish it was 450 by 450. That's annoying. But at least it's 400 by 400. But still, that's not bad. 3 of them for fucking $500? I ain't got no money, though. I'm going to save it anyway, but I ain't got no money. No, that's each. Screw that. So you can buy them for less than that. Huh. Wow. About to say, is that a clipper pad? Yeah. That certainly looks like a 400 bed. Boy, that's sweet. 3 444 machines. And what's that coming out to? Was that 270, 175 a piece? Yeah, 170 a piece. Boy, that's not bad. Although one needs to be repaired. They were using it for parts. Huh. Too bad I can't afford that. So I'm going to try this for this. But I also want to make the larger. They do track hours? Good. That's something you definitely want to check when pricing. You know, it doesn't mean you don't buy it, but it means that, if that thing's got 3,000 hours on it, I wouldn't even pay 30% of retail. Because you're going to spend, half the price of the printer in parts to maintain it. If it's got 500 hours, okay, that's different. But when you're buying something like an Ender 3 or a longer, a traditional 3D printer, you could just look at the printer and you'll know what it's going to need. And whatever it needs, it's not going to be much. It's not going to cost much. But with a Bamboo, that parts list could add up pretty quickly if that machine's been well used. So, I want to make, let's grab, how do I want to do this? I guess I grab one of these, new design, paste. Let's go to this one. And grab our drawer. Yes, I am going to need a drawer because we're going to modify it. So, how do I want to do this? We're going to lay this down. And pop it out. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so buying a used, it's like buying a race car. When you're buying a Honda, you can kind of look it over with your mechanic and figure out what's what. When buying a race car, well, how hard did they run that thing? that's kind of gonna be important. Now, to make my drawer, I'm actually thinking about having a shelf that isn't a shelf. Just having another piece in the middle here so that I can stiffen it so it doesn't bow out in the middle. The question is, how do I want to do that? First of all, the biggest I can make this is 300 millimeters. So I'm not going to need this, and I am not going to need this. So I can get rid of that. I do want to keep this. Actually, no. These are going to get joined together and separated because otherwise they're going to stretch. Actually, I don't need curved tops at all. I also don't need this. Okay. I also need to modify this. So is this one piece? Yes, it is. So we can hide that. Let's do this again. Because I don't need those. There we go. Is there a reason not to join these? I can't think of one. So let's join it. Now the biggest I can make this is about, well, I can easily double it. So that's 240. But I want to have that strengthener in the middle. I want to have that reinforcement. So I think the best way for me to do this and to keep my spacing is to shorten it to this. So if we take, did I expand this? No, okay. We take this, it's already joined. We are at 90.1, so we make this 90.1. 90.1. Okay. Now, what we do is we put a work plane here, and then we put an object here. Actually, I don't need to do that. Yes, I do. We do this, and we put a work plane here. Here. Now, we take this whole thing, let's join it back together temporarily. And we Control D and drop. Okay. That gets us an approximate shape. I mean, that's great if you want 6, but I don't like being restricted like that. And we're only at 175. Which means I can go quite a bit taller. So if we Control D again, not what I wanted to do. Good. Okay. So what this would entail us doing is taking this apart and deleting part of this. Unjoin, delete that, and delete this. Okay, let's rejoin temporarily. Okay, because the cutouts for this one will make the cutouts for this one. So Control D. Let's do this. I'd like to add 2 more, maybe? Can I do 3? I can do that. So that means I need to take this and hide it. Take this, explode it, delete this after I separate it, delete, and delete, and then join all of this to get, nope, oh, it's this. 120, 130. Still not long enough, huh? 140. Huh. There we go. Okay. That should allow me to do this. Yes. And then hide you again. And why is that like that? I think we're lined up correctly, but we just need to get rid of some bits. Let's hide this, bring this back, take you apart, take you apart. We delete you, and we delete you, and we delete. Now let's keep you. Now let's bring you back, rehide you. Okay. That should do it. And then do that. Okay. So we have our bottom plate, which will be the same exact plate. We'll have to make a new back plate. That new back plate's going to have to be designed differently, though, because this is tall enough to where you're going to have issues with joining. And then we have our attachment for our top plate. We're going to use the same shelf. We're just going to get rid of the one part of the shelf, the arm. Okay. All right. So that actually this here might be enough to hold those sides in. So the back plate might be fine. Yeah, I think the back plate will be okay, but this will allow you to do 8 drawers and still fit on a printer, because that's 226. Wait, that's only 226? Wow, I can go bigger, but I don't think there's a reason to go bigger. I think scale-wise, this is good. But the cool thing is, you could have, for example, 3 small drawers, a double drawer, and a triple drawer. Or you can have 2 triples and a double, 2 triples and 2 singles. You can have a single, double, double, or single, double, single, triple. You'll be able to mix and match drawers based on what size drawer you need. I mean, I could make it taller. I mean, I got plenty of space. And designing the parts is going to be mostly the same, so maybe I do 2 versions. Control D. Let's make this an XL version and an XXL version, because I can go to 300. Okay. So let's hide this. Join this. change color to something else so we can see them. Okay, so how do I move this again? I just do it. Control D. What if I went again that far? How big is that? 277. That still works. Now, ideally, I'd want another one of these in here. Another one of these gappers. Which means I might want to split this again. Let's hide this. Hide. What I want is to select all of this except for this. Control D. Let's bring this whole mess down here. Let's bring back my parts. Oh, no, wait a minute. Yeah. And now we join everything except this. Join. Now we take this apart. And we get rid of this. And we get rid of this. Okay, and now we rejoin this after separating this. And now we bring this in. Okay. That gives us 2 reinforcements and a total of 3, 6, 7, 9, 11 possible drawers with combinations. So you could do single, double, single, double, single, double, double, or double, triple, triple, triple. Yeah, this gives you more combinations. So that means I would then take this and join that. Actually, we would take all of this and join it. And this is, oh, too big. Damn. Oh, and I forgot my bottom. I gotta put the bottom back. Too big, okay. How do I want to fix that? I think the only way to fix that, I take this and this, Control D, and I bring it down to here. I then delete that. Get rid of that one. I then put a work plane piece here, and we extend this to delete the bottom here. There. I think that's going to be the biggest we can go. And that gives me 289. That works. So this is still printable on like a theoretically an Ender can print this because it's 235 by 235. A Bamboo can print this. And then you need a 334 to print this. Okay. All right. Think. How do I want to do this? Well, these pieces are pretty easy. we just put 4 shelving pieces in. Yeah. Let's go get it. We're going to tinker this. Okay. What I need is this piece here. Copy. Actually, what I need is I need the bottom, the shelf, and the back. So copy all that, bring back my top. Go back to here. Paste. Let's rotate. Why is this backwards? How'd that get rotated 180 degrees? That's weird. Okay, so the bottom plate will be completely unmodified. There's no reason to change that. Let's see here. Which means I don't need the bottom plate at, well, there is some changes we can make to the bottom plate. For example, this this no longer needs to be this thick, first of all. And we don't need these, but we're going to keep them anyway because there's other advantages. Okay. Oh boy, I'm going to have to really disassemble this, aren't I? Okay, there it is. That's the piece I need to get to. Right there. Well, I guess I don't need that at all. And I don't need this at all. And I don't need this at all. Okay. Let's reassemble this. Okay, good. So there's my new bottom plate. That's all I need. I could keep the same bottom plate as the original model, but that's just a waste of plastic. This will print a lot faster. Okay, next I need to modify this. I don't think I need that at all. Yeah. Okay. Change the color. Is that tilted? No. Perspective. Okay, so for now, let's put this back together. Okay. All right, this. Pop you apart. Come on. Come on. Be a good boy. And I don't need that anymore. Or this. Or this. Okay. Okay. There is our reinforcement divider. I could thin this out quite a bit. I can just print this with infill. No top and bottom layers. This will be just infill, because this does not require top and bottom layers at all. Okay, so that'll be just infill. I might do the same thing with this, too. Except if a part falls through, I want something to capture it, so I might keep that. We'll see. I might make that infill too. Okay. So I need to create the backing plate now. This will work on later. Why is that not the right size anymore? It is the right size. Okay. So I think the best thing to do is to take this and do this. Drop. And what we can do is align these two corners. So we're going to do this and this. Okay, this is 5 millimeters thick, which means we move it this way, -5. Okay, there we are lined up. Now what we need to do easy enough, I think. Let's see. Split this. First of all, let's hide this. Are these joined? Nope. So we take this, we make it one construct. We take this without this. Oh, it's already joined. And we do this. Make it one construct. Ow. We Control D this, because we're going to need one here, and we're going to need one roughly here. Now we bring it back. This is 226. We make this 226. Do I actually want to do that? Oh man. Do I actually want to do that? Think, Chris, think. Hey, Drone Shots, how are you doing? The more work I do now, the less work I have to do later. I don't know if you saw it, but we finished the toolboxes, and they came out spectacular. I am very, very pleased with it. So that is the completed toolbox. No drill bits needed, no fasteners, no glue, no hardware, nothing. If you print it cleanly enough, you'll even be able to use the filament as hinges without having to drill it out. If you don't print it cleanly enough, then you just need a 2mm drill bit to clean up the holes. But as long as your print settings are good, you won't need any kind of cleanup. They're double hinged, so there's an extra hinge here and here. So this can do, for example, this, and fold. This would be great for drone tools, by the way. You can fold it around like that and just access your drawers. I'm working on ways to make the drawers captive so they don't just fall out. I'm working on that. And then this can also fold the other way, so it can sit here like that if you want, or it can fold all the way around behind like that to get out of your way. And you have access to the drawer and your shelf in your drawers. And no support required, nothing. Just under 1 kilogram of plastic to print everything. And then it all latches and locks back in place. Doesn't lock, but you know, it's kind of affixed. I got a ledge up here so that you can push on this without it being squishy. So this is nice and strong. This is good. And then I also, this is in the Blood Diamond Red. Then I did one in the Bubblegum Pink. So that one's also there. I got to print one more drawer for this one. I only have 2 drawers done, but yeah. I got the drawer slide done, the pull, but I just got to print one more drawer. But yeah, same thing. The hinge folds around like that to get into just the drawers, or you can fold it all the way around to get it completely out of the way like that. It turned out nice. So I have an idea for how to make the drawers captive, so that they don't pull themselves out. And I'm also now working on the extension toolbox that'll sit below this. And that's what we're working on now. We're working on this one here. So you can see this one here will have 8 slides. So you can put 8 drawers in this. And I'm also going to make 2 space drawers and 3 space drawers. So you can have like a 3, and a 2, or a 1, 1, 1, and a 2, 2, 1, or a 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, or a 1, 1, 3. We're going to make different size drawers so you can do whatever configuration you need for whatever it is you're working on. Right now I'm making the base frame, and I also have an extra large frame. So this frame here will have 2 extra slides and another reinforcement panel to make sure this doesn't get squishy. And this one should be printable on any standard 2.2 printer because it's only 226. So that should be feasible to do. I might be able to get that below 225. I might try, maybe. We'll see. This one here will require a 300mm printer. But of course it's still only 120 deep, so you'll still be able to print 2 at a time. So it's looking pretty nice. It's looking like it's going to work out pretty good. So what I'm working on now is to make the backing plates for these. So I'm working on this one first, which will be identical to this one with 1 extra down here. Let's see here. Wait a minute. Are those different widths? Is this a different width? No, it's just perspective. Okay. Probably the easiest way to do that. Let's change this to an obviously different color so we don't mix them up. Let's undo this. Let's undo this. Let's undo this. Okay, that gets me what I need. Let's shift that. I know I can make that 150. So it's not extending so far off the edge of the work area. 150. Okay. So I should be able to take this and align on center. This one there. That's not the center. Why didn't that align center? Yeah, that and this. I picked the wrong piece. Okay. Align on you. Center. There it goes. Okay. I don't know why I didn't do it the first time. This one and this one. Align on you. Center. Okay. Now I can rejoin this. Actually, let's fix this. This is messy, and it does not need to be this messy. Let's see. Unjoin. I can get... That's not what I wanted you to do. Why do you insist on being such a nudge? So that's a duplicate there. And this unjoin. And this is a duplicate here. No, it's not. Okay, so no more duplicates. Now what I can do is, this is 226. So I can delete this one, and just extend this to 226. Now it's all one piece. And it's much, much more efficient. Okay. You got to clean up your... Now, see how much faster that joined together now that there's no slop and overlapping parts? Okay, so that's done, and this is done. So that's the backing plate for that one. Okay. Let's see. Actually, I think I know how I'm going to put the roof on this. I think I'm going to put 4 holes in the bottom of the bottom plate that are just going to be permanent holes. And this will have 4 pegs on its top plate. And those 4 pegs will lock into the drawer. Yeah, that'll work. I'm working on the extension for the toolbox. So this toolbox, it's available with an extension. Let me show you. Mini toolbox. Come on. Here we go. Let me find a better picture. Really? You're going to make me do this much searching? I think it was on Temu I saw it. Yeah. So they make this extension. So it's an extra 5-layer toolbox that the other toolbox can sit on top of. See? So here's the toolbox I just designed. That's this one. And now I'm designing this one down here. The extension part. Except mine's going to be better. Mine's going to be better. Mine's going to be better. But yeah, so we're just designing that to make the extension for that. Alright, so that is the back plate. These plates are simply this. I can even just duplicate that 3 times. Here, here, and here. That's really easy enough to do. I technically don't need this. Yeah, screw that. You're gone. We're just going to make 3 of these. So the way that will work is that this drop, you two, align you here and here, Control D, Control D. We take another one, align here, and we take another one, and you jizz bag. And that's going to go approximately here. And these will actually go, we're going to align on this one like this. Okay, why aren't they lining up? What the hell? Why the hell don't they line up? Wait a minute, is the shelf different? Did I make the shelf different than the, Yeah, none of it lines up. What the hell? How is that possible? I didn't change the shape. Oh, I know what I did. I know what I did. These are put together wrong. That's my bad. Okay, so this is 8 millimeters. So this needs to come up 8 millimeters. 8. Okay. So all of this needs to line up on this here. There we go. Okay. And then U3, because there's a spacer here, U3 need to align on center of U. There we go. Now we're cooking. Now it's all lined up. Okay, good. Okay. Now we take this, Control D, and we invert it this way. Oh no, this one I think? Yes. Okay. Now we take these two, align on you here. There. There is our box. There we go. Okay. I have this in here to stiffen it. It is plastic. Yeah. Nice. No, this is easy with Tinkercad. It's all squares. Look at them. You haven't seen this yet, dude. Wait until you see how nice this came out. So, here it is. It's a duplicate of that Pit mini toolbox that you're seeing all over Amazon and Temu and AliExpress now. Except I made it better, and I could print it for $10. So just like the actual toolbox, this comes up like that. Okay, and you have your drawers. I think I figured out a way to make it captive. No support. No glue. No fasteners. No tools except your pair of nips. That's all you need. If you do a sloppy job of slicing it, you might need a 2mm, 160mm long drill bit to clean out the hinge holes. But if you do a proper job printing it, like this one here, I did not have to drill out any holes. All the holes are designed to print in place without being a problem. And all you do is you take pieces of filament and shove it through the hinges and the joints. Everything is joined together. You can see here. Like, where is it at? Yeah, right there. So, that right there is one of them. Right there is one of the holes. And here's the other one. And you can't see the ones on the side because they're covered up by the plastic, but there's one here and there's one here. And that's what passes through all this pieces to interlock everything together, to hold everything together. And these are all double hinges, so you can fold it back this way if you just need access to the drawers. So there's you just get access to your drawers. And the drawer pulls are separate and they're friction fit in place, just like that. So absolutely no fasteners, no glue, no tools, nothing. You just print all the parts, no support. You just print everything and you assemble it. About a little less than 1 kilogram of plastic to do this all. You can also fold this the way they do it on the one that they sell, like that. You can also fold this around behind, all the way like that. Well, no, see, that's the whole point, is to not use glue. Because now, if I have to fix this, I can pop this out, and I can grab this and I can disassemble this to be able to maintain it and repair it or modify it. So instead of having to reprint a whole new one, if I make a double toolbox, for example, all you have to do is take that piece and this piece of filament out, remove this side, print just the replacement one of these to join the second toolbox, and then reassemble it. That's the whole point. It's modular, it's not disposable, it's repairable, upgradable. You know, if you drop this, on its head, there's a pretty good chance you're gonna break these. These will break pretty easily if you smack this against the ground. My TikTok handle, I don't know. I haven't been on TikTok in forever. Hang on. Where is the other phone? Oh, right here. I honestly don't know what my TikTok handle is. Hang on. Media. TikTok. Nuri71. Oh. Nuri71. Come on, autofocus. I know you could focus this close. So don't be a dick. Why won't this focus? There it goes. Nuri71.
When guys from overseas think they'd be able to take on a kangaroo.
So same as all my other ones. And of course now you're not focusing. This whole thing can be taken apart. If you decide you need a new lid, if you broke it, you can just reprint the broken part and then slide the filament out, put the broken part in place, slide the filament back in, you're done. This way it's not disposable. I hate disposable. And this makes it very modular, very repairable, very green, if you will. To me, it means I save money. But yeah, that's the whole drawer. And then I also did it in Atomic Filament's Bubblegum Pink. I just have to print one more drawer. And no support either. No supports required, nothing. And I'm going to sell the files on my site and other sites with custom G code, you know, all the customizations I put in, but it'll also be available for free on Printables and Thingiverse. I'm going to have this uploaded tonight. And because I consider this, let's call it silver standard. I still have a bunch of changes that I want to make to this, but nothing that prevents me from releasing it. This will work fine. So this is definitely going to, you know, this is fun. I love this. This is great. I'm going to make a 3D printed storage rack that'll hold like 9 of these. And the idea is you can put like a name or whatever sticker or hobby, or you can even print it in place if you have like an AMS, or do color swap. You can like print a logo in here. So for example, I can have one of these for rocketry, one of these for 3D printing, one of these for kite flying, one of these for fishing, one of these for earrings, whatever I want to do. And then I can have a storage system on the wall, and you just slot these into that. And then when you have to do something, you just grab the appropriate toolbox for whatever it is you're doing, and all of the tools you need will be in there. Because, I mean, let's be real, most of the tools that we work with in tech hobbies are small tools. They're not big tools. And there's even a lip on the top here, so that you can squeeze this and it doesn't compress, because I hate the way it compressed. The drawers stop it from compressing this way, and now that lip, you can see it right here, there's a little lip right there. That little addition made this feel so much stiffer that it's got strength, you know, it doesn't feel weak. This feels nice. I like this. So now what we're working on is making the extension toolbox. You know, they basically think of that as the top chest. These are meant to be cute, and I think they're very useful. And it might even be, and thank you, I appreciate the light speed. It might be equitable to print a larger toolbox. Think you would really want to do this with, I guess you could do it with a regular printer and make a triple set where you'd have 3 of these together to make a more modular full-size toolbox. It would use a lot of plastic, Yes, I did it myself. I finally stopped being a pussy and I pierced my own ears. $4 on Amazon, $3.99. Just went click. That didn't hurt. So yeah, now I have more earrings than you can count. You can get earrings on Temu really, really freaking cheap. Like, oh, here's one of my favorites. I love these. These are so freaking adorable. I love these. They're itty bitty little rocket ships. How cool is that? It's just a tiny little rocket ship. And of course the autofocus is just not going to focus right now, is it? I love these. And these have screw backs, so they don't poke you and they don't fall off. But yeah, these are really nice. I got these for $1.09 on AliExpress. $1.09. That's wild. I've always wanted pierced ears because I like decorating, and there's so many freaking cool earrings out there. I mean, there's literally thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of cool designs, and I was just always a pussy about it. I have an issue with holes being put in me. Like I will not voluntarily, I will never have a tattoo because that's 100,000 holes being put through you. Each time that needle goes zzz, it's putting several hundred holes in you, and just the idea of putting a hole inside my body just doesn't appeal to me. I mean, I'm not afraid of it. If the doctor tells me you need this blood draw, you need this vaccine, okay, do it. I'll even watch them do it. It doesn't bother me. I just don't prefer it. So I've always shied away from piercings because of that. And but every time I go through a shop I drool, oh, that looks cool, and that looks cool, and that looks pretty, and that looks adorable, that looks awesome. Like, check this out. I love this. This is one of my favorites. I love the 3-piece danglers. And I love autumn. So there's a pair of autumn earrings that are just really freaking cool. I got a whole bunch of those 3-piece danglers just because I like them. And then I got a whole shit ton of the little studs. All different designs. They just have so many freaking designs. It's ridiculous. Look at those big bows. I can spend $20 on Temu and get 30 pair of earrings. 50, 100 pair of earrings. I mean, even these cheap ones. I mean, this is $3.49 for 100 pair. It's ridiculous. So the original Toolbox was basically a top chest, and they made a bottom chest. So that's what I'm designing now. I'm designing a bottom chest to go with it. And because I can, this one is designed to fit on a regular printer like a Ender 3 or a Bamboo or something like that. It's only 226. The biggest piece is 226 millimeters. So pretty much any printer can print that. And then I have this extra large version that goes to 290 millimeters. So if you want to print something even taller. So I just finished fabbing up the new design. It's going to use the same shelves. And the way I think I figured out to handle the shelving is pretty simple, actually. So we take this and we split it. I need this one. Split that one. I need this. Control D. That is not what I wanted you to grab. Why would you do that? Douchebag. There we go. I need that piece right there. And let's put this back together. Let's clean this up while we're here, because this is really, really dirty. And Tinkercad does not like dirt. So we want to split this. We want to split this. We want to shorten this because we know we can make it 150. If you don't clean up your workspace in Tinkercad, it starts to get really grumpy with you. Okay, these do not overlap, but these do overlap. So we're going to split this apart and get rid of course it's going to do that. It always grabs the one underneath it. It's like, really? So we got to grab the extra and get rid of that. Now, does this have an extra? No. So this is already cleaned up. Now what we do is we are 289, right? Yes, 289. Now we start deleting these extra pieces. And we just take this one and make it 289. And now we're cleaning up our workspace. So this is much, much simpler now, and Tinkercad won't throw a fit when you try to merge all of this together. These are all separate. Yes, they are. Good. Because I'm going to need to do that next. So the next thing I need to do is I need to create the backing plate for this one. So Control D that. And this is going to be an in-betweener. So this needs to be 8 millimeters above the surface. And we take this and we align it with the end of this. Like that. Now, let's get this stuff out of the way. I want to get the base components finished. We take this, we split it apart. We duplicate this again, Control D, because we're going to need a duplicate here. This is going to extend to 289. Okay, now we take and we use these as alignment jigs for the parts. So we take this and this, align on this one, on center. That one's now aligned. This one and this one align to this piece on center. This one and this one align to this one on center. Okay, now our backing plate has all of its appropriate cutouts and they're all in the correct location. That one is not the correct location. Okay, so we are off by just a fraction. This is a little Tinkercad bug. The easiest thing to do here is to reduce this. Actually, there's a better way. That's going to make it messy. That's okay. We'll just make this a hair bigger. To 0.1. Sometimes, even though you have it zeroed out correctly, there's like a 0.001 variance, and Tinkercad doesn't like that, so it creates a skin. I just got rid of that skin. Okay. So now we know that all these holes will line up with all these holes, which means we can now join this together. Watch how fast it joins, because we're not doing complicated things anymore by simplifying it. Now we align. Let's see, align on this one. We're going to come to here and here. We are now square and true. We Control D. We flip vertically to get a mirror image. And then we take these two pieces and we align on this one here. But now this needs to come up 8 millimeters. 8. There we go. That gets us our alignment there. We then grab one of these, Control D. This is just the only reason I'm doing this is to make my life easier. When it comes to 3. So 1 and 1, align here and here. I did not want you to grab all of them. Why did you do all of them? I duplicated that. Ooh, I messed up something. Okay. There. I duplicated the wrong part and have no idea what I duplicated. So center and pin. Now, Control 1, 2, 3. Duplicate it 3 times. One of them is going to go here. And then one of them is going to go approximately here. It doesn't have to be precise. This is just for visualization purposes. Okay. This is strictly so that I can visualize what I'm looking at when I'm messing with this. There. So there's the big one, and there's the shorter one, and then the other toolbox will sit on top of here. We still need to figure out how to do that. I think I have an easy way to do that. I think. Yeah, I think I will do that. We'll see. I have an idea. Let's see here. What is the best way to print this? How's your sister? She's doing okay. She's not walking yet. Her ingrown toenails got really bad. They had to do a little minor, in-bed surgery to cut them out. But they did that. Let's make they're about a week from being healed, and then she'll be able to start trying to work on her feet again. Let's work on the... Why does that look too small? No, it's the right size. Okay, it's good. It just visually looked weird. Okay. I hate when it changes the color on me. Okay, so this is a single. Now we need to make a double. Everything else has been okay. I've just been, the struggle of life, trying to make things work. Drop. Just, you gotta do what you gotta do. Now, here's how I align this. So, how do I want to do this? I take this, I split it apart. Is this centered? No, it is not. How far off is it? If we do this, tiny bit. I can live with that. Okay, that's not going to mess up my alignment. Okay. Let's do that again here. Create a fixed center. And then now what I can do is that is separate. This is now centered, which means I can manipulate this as one piece. What I do is I take this and this single one, I align on this one, centered. Now I join these together again. I join these together again, which is going to make those disappear, drop to put it on the work plane, and then unjoin. Now I have my template, and it is aligned with this piece here. Which means, how do I want to do this? I guess the easiest thing to do is to start piecing it out. Unjoin. Control D, D. Align one of you with this one. Fix, align. Fix, align. Okay. So the sliders are now aligned correctly. Which means I now have this and this in the right location. Which means I no longer need this or this. Which means I could take this, duplicate it, that is my single. Boy, these tolerances are going to be tight if this is off a little bit. Trump is an asshole and Zelensky is desperate, and otherwise, I think they both should be eaten. I think they both would make a good pot roast and a good steak. And that's just me. Nope, I can't delete those yet because I need those 0 points. I forgot about that. So, I need to take some notes. So this drawer, a double needs to be 49.5. And a triple needs to be 75. Okay. Okay, so now I can delete these. The sliders are in the correct location. A triple slide does not need 3 slides. A triple slide can work on 2 slides, which means I can just make them both 2 slide. But I think it'd be more elegant to have the slides split for the 3. So we're going to do it the elegant way just because I can. Control D to save our single drawer. Now we take this, we split it. We no longer need this. We split this again to get our center hole cut out. Nope, not that. We split this again. There's our center hole cut out. We need to take this, 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 and this, and join it. That's our anti-elephant foot bevel. I can simply now make this as tall as everything. And I can now make this 49.5. 49.5. And now we have a drawer that size. And that gets joined with this. Why would it fail to load that? Did it just get funky on me for some reason? That's not complex. Why would it give me... There it goes. Okay. And now we take our 2 sets of slides. Oh, I figured out how to get the end result to be the color you want. You pick the color you want first, and then you pick the other pieces, and then it makes everything that color. Boy, it took me forever to figure that out. Okay, there's our double drawer. Control D. Now we split this again. Let's get rid of these. Let's split this again. Now I don't need these. Split this again and make this 75. 75. Theoretically, I could even make a 4 high, but I don't need a 4 high for this project. That's just, as far as I'm concerned, that's unnecessary. Take this and join with this, join, and then this, 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 and this. And there is our triple. And it's being a nudge again. I don't know why it's being a nudge. Okay, come on. Why are you being a nudge? There. And it accidentally grabbed that. Join. And of course I made it green. Okay. There. Now we have single, double, triple. I don't think there's any reason to make a 4 or a 5. I think that's just dumb for something this small. Okay, now, there's one last thing we have to do. The parts are all done. I can print this. This will work. But there's one last thing we need to do. And that is to render it so that the small toolbox can sit on top of this toolbox without falling off. Because right now there's no interlock between these two pieces. So if this was the big toolbox and this is the top chest, it's just going to slide. Right? There's nothing to hold that on there. So what I need to do is I need to figure out a way to arrange it so that these pieces can join together without falling apart. Probably the easiest thing to do, and probably the most secure really, is to put pegs in this. I only need two alignment pegs right here in the corner even. Oh my god. So have two pegs come out of this, and then put two identical holes in the bottom of the other print. So let's go back to the other print. This is where modularity is going to come in handy. Now I don't need to rebuild my entire toolbox to incorporate the change I'm about to add. I can simply reprint this part here. So we take this, we copy it, we come to this one again. Okay. So I need to add some sort of an index to this piece that's going to match up with this piece. Control D. So we take this, we bring them together, and we align them this way and this way. Okay. So I need to add structure to this piece and then have a hole in this piece for that to integrate to add onto. Alright, so let's hide this for now. And let's drop that to the bed. I guess I kind of need to see it. Let's make it transparent. That does not work. That works. Hey Silver Tribe, how are you doing? Alright, I'm probably going to want the index to be in here. And it's probably going to be a square. Square! It doesn't have to be particularly any place. Let's make it a pretty beefy one. Let's do a 5x20, I guess is fine. Yeah, why not? Give me this. Come on. So a 5x20, and it only needs to be 5 tall. 5 tall. Okay, Control D, run you over here, approximately, join them, center them, like that. Now everything's centered. I don't like this, so let's also do this. Why are you selecting more stuff than I'm telling you to? I hate when you do that. A Tinkercad weird oddity. Yeah. All the tariffs are going to be there, but they're going to be watered down a lot more than people think. Let's go this way. 15 millimeters. Perfect. So now we are fixed dimensions. Let's see here. Okay. Now we control D. We extend the height. We turn it into a hole. Let's hide the hole. We take this and we join it. That is our peg. Now we bring it back. We hide this piece. We turn you back into a solid. Come on. Why do you do that? You're so annoying. We're going to put a hole through this. Just like that. Now here's the tricky part. We have to separate these. Now we have to take this and duplicate it and raise it up a little bit so we can separate the two of them. Reposition the camera. What camera? Oh! Yep, you gotta let me know about that. Sorry. Yeah, I do that a lot. I'm looking into that new OBS replacement. What's it called? Meld. It's supposed to be a lot easier to use for basic stuff like I do. And I'm hoping that they might be able to make a plugin to make it so that you guys can make a noise to ping me when I forget to swap screens. Because I do that a lot. Okay, so now we need to create a tolerance for this to fit in. So I'm going to do 0.25 on each. Since this is in the Z direction, that's the most efficient way to do it. So that means 5.5. Let's try 0.2. Let's see if I can get away with 0.2. So 0.4 and 20.4. Now all I have to do is select these two pieces, align on this piece, center, center. Now we duplicate this piece and align it on this piece, center, center. Now we delete the two red pieces and we have our cutout. But first, we need to fix the cutout with a pyramid. And we're going to do that by making a 21 by 6 pyramid. Drop. That did not drop. That dropped. And we're going to go a hair lower, and we're going to align the pyramid on this, because we're going to bevel the bottom to make sure we don't have a problem with. Yep, I felt that. We don't have a problem with elephant's foot. Okay. That looks good. I think I want to make it a little bit bigger. So let's make it 22 by 7. And let's recenter it. Nope, this one. Recenter. There and there. Turn it into a hole. Control D. Align one with this one too. You go there. And there we go. So let's create our unit without that. Join. And now let's join it. Wrinkles? Oh yeah, and behind me. Oh, that's way too, wow, that's way too much bevel. Holy shit. Why does it look like that? That's weird. Alright, now you know how to do this? You do this. You turn this into a solid and you turn this into a hollow. See? Now you can see where they line up. Oh, this is wrong. This is not adjusted correctly at all. Wow. Okay, that's my bad. I thought I fixed that already. I did that totally wrong. Yeah, that's totally wrong. These sides have to be the same. Am I merged still? No. No. Okay. That was weird. How am I adjusting this? Basically, that has to meet that. I know there's a way to do this mathematically. There's a ratio. I don't know what that ratio is. I know there's a way to do this mathematically, but I don't know how to do it. Okay, I am too big now. Oh, come on. That should be pretty close. I just need to get close. Get below the nozzle width noise. Once you get below nozzle width noise, it doesn't matter anymore. And that is pretty close. I know there is a way to do it. How did I do this before? I did this before successfully. Oh! I'm an idiot. I know how to do this. Okay, well, we're going to fix this. This is easy to fix. I remembered how I did it now. I need to keep the length to width ratio the same. So this is 20.4 by 5.4. So you make this 5.4 by 20.4. You make it exactly the same size, and then you hold down shift and you scale it. And now you maintain the ratio. Duh. Get rid of the extra. Why can't I do that? Is there a reason you won't pick that? Because you want to be a dork? D. You. Align you and you. And then align on you, you and you. These should be aligned horizontally. Yes. Join them. Drop them. Bring back our part. We need to hide that one. What we need to do is to make these parts single. Okay, turn this back into a solid. Oh, come on. Scalar factor again. Really annoying. And no, this needs to be solid. This needs to be hollow. And now we can raise this up until we get the perfect bevel that we want. Too much, I think. Of course, it won't give it to me. It won't give it to me. Nah, it's got to annoy me. hollow, solid, join. Okay. That is perfect. That's what we want. Yep, that's what we want. All right, now we need to add our first layer aids. If you guys haven't seen this before, you want the first layer to be one piece. 0.02. And once again, it ignored the fact that I was typing stuff. And then make it 0.4. And then you just take this. Why? Why did you do that? And put it right there, approximately in the center. It doesn't have to be perfect. Control D. And put that one approximately in the center there. And add this one. Join. Align. Center just to keep it neat. And join. Oh, I wish if I could have a local offline copy of Tinkercad. God, that'd be awesome. I wish they would make it downloadable Tinkercad. Now, what this does is that means the first layer, instead of printing this as an island, this is now part of the outer perimeter of the rest of the model. Let me show you what that does. It's very powerful. When you're making stuff for other people to print, it's a very powerful feature. Let's see, recent models, not the hinge, not the front, top, right, left. Okay, it's not here. Open. We need back bottom. Mini toolbox, factory, back bottom. Okay. So here's the problem. You're going to print, the dark blue is the outer perimeter here, and the dark blue is the outer perimeter here. Where does it always fail? Well, it fails on the first layer. That's the only reason I haven't learned Fusion yet. They keep taking away features from the educational free, hobbyist version. I'm thinking I'd rather just pay $50 a year to, or $45 a year to SolidWorks. Better software, and they're less likely to take things away from you. So the problem is, let's say you draw this outer perimeter. You now have to stop, retract, conduct a travel move to here, and then begin extruding again to extrude this part here. And if that fails, you got to start over. So I solved that. The outer and inner portions here, the island is connected with this perimeter. But that's only for one layer. The next layer, it's gone. It's just for that first layer. So as long as it begins to lay it down correctly, it's now going to draw this outer perimeter and these two islands all in one single extrusion. And that means lower probability of failure. So if we turn on our visibility here, you can see we start here. Yep, we start here. It works its way all the way around. It comes in here. It draws this. It's basically like treating your first perimeter as vase mode. And the advantage of vase mode is there's no stops, no travels, no retractions, except the one at the very beginning. So as long as it lays it down properly in the beginning, it's going to lay down the whole thing properly. And you eliminate that problem altogether, and it's virtually invisible. You can't see it. See, look, it's I'll show you. You can see it right there. Oh, come on, autofocus. You're going to be a nudge, aren't you? There it goes. See it? You can just... There it is. See it right there? That connects the outer perimeter with those island perimeters. And that eliminates that failure mode to stop it from failing on you. And that's just, it's really handy. I do that with all my models now, no matter how small. What you do is you make it 0.02 millimeter wide, which means basically 0. The plastic is going to fuse together. Okay? And even if the plastic doesn't fuse, well, the next layer on top of that takes care of that. All right? Because you make it exactly one layer thick. And you eliminate that problem altogether. It's just the problem's gone. And it makes it so much more reliable. Oh man, does it make it reliable. I also redid my purge. The smaller the travel movement from the stop to the start, the less problem you have. So instead of starting my purge here, and of course, even though I have it set for fastest, it always goes over to here to start. So what I did is I started the purge here. Purge, wipe, and jump shortest distance. 25 millimeters right to there. Do the perimeter. I do my skirt close enough so that usually there's a little bit of ooze between the skirt and the first start, which is going to be right here. Actually, I think on this one it's not right here. Why would it go over here? I think it prints this first. Oh, I'm going to have to change that. Nope, I'm still in all the old school printers. My current workhorse is a longer LK Pro 5, LK5 Pro. I got a 1 millimeter nozzle on it, and I'm just beating the piss out of that machine, and it won't stop. It just doesn't die. In fact, maybe that's something you guys can help me with. I need a part for a printer that I don't seem to be able to find. I cannot find it. I lost it. It's gone. But I have an Anycubic Chiron, which is my favorite machine. I love my Chiron. It's just a workhorse. It's just, I can beat the shit out of this machine, and it just doesn't care. But that funky hot end that I got from AliExpress didn't work out for me. I ended up murder. Actually, it wasn't the hot end's fault. I stand corrected. Well, I want to make this as easy for other people to print as possible. So the easier I can do that, the better. I'm trying to find a picture. I've never been able to find a picture of this part. But, what's the best way I can describe this? I can't afford the Bamboo Labs printer, so unless they send me one, I can't have one. I got no money. Here we go. So, this is the hot end plate for the Anycubic Chiron. Am I showing the right screen? Yes, I am. Alright, now, there is another square piece that fits right here. Okay, it's a horseshoe-shaped piece. It's square. It's the same shape as this, but one end is open. Okay, and that slides through the V6 holder here, and then you have 4 screws that secure it in place, and that's how the hot end is fixed. So it's kind of like a C-clip. I'm missing that. I can't find that piece. That one little piece that horseshoes into this groove here and screws into these 4 holes, I can't find it. And a 3D print won't be structurally strong enough to be able to replace that with a 3D print. The head will wobble. If anybody can, find me a replacement for that. I mean, there has to be other printers that use a similar mounting method. This is a standard V6 mount. And that's how they work. You put something through this horseshoe. It's like a clip. I can't find that part. And I'm trying to find a picture of it. I guarantee you there's a picture of it if I only knew what words to type in to invoke it. And you have seen that before at Ali's? I don't understand. I have no idea if the part's available to buy. I've asked Anycubic, but I'm waiting for a reply. They haven't replied yet. This looks similar. See how this shape here? That looks like what would go through here. except mine's just the one that came with the printer. It's a square piece with 4 holes. I'm trying to find a picture that shows all the pieces. And I can go, oh yeah, there it is. That's the piece. I wonder if I do hot end mount. Chiron. Anycubic Chiron. Oh, look. That's similar. It looks like that. It's similar in shape to that. Okay? It's that little piece that attaches to the mounting plate on the hot end. That's not exactly what it is. Mine has 4 holes. That one looks like it's adjustable. But it goes right here. So this, the V6 hot end, goes inside that hole. And then there's this square-shaped clip that slides into this groove right here and screws into these 4 holes. And that's what holds the hot end in. I got a new hot end. I got an all-metal hot end since I pretty much only print PETG. But what I don't have is that goddamn little clip. I can't find it. I can't even find a picture of it. I mean, I know it's got to exist somewhere, but I don't know how to find it. Wait a minute. What if I do hot end V6 mount? Oh, there it is. You can kind of see it there. You just don't see a profile of it. Where's what the hell? View image. Really? It's that low res? So it's this piece right here. This little thing right here. This little clip plate thing here, except this has this extra bit here. I don't know what that's for. Oh, that's a fan, I think. But there's this little clip right here. It screws into this plate. Let's see. There has got to be a picture of it. Nope, that doesn't include it. It's not plastic, it's metal. Hang on, let me bring that up again. Here we go. So this is the metal plate that has the 3 roller wheels on it. So this is the carriage that holds the hot end. That's the carriage for the Chiron. This is the V6 hot end the Chiron comes with. It's a piece of shit hot end it comes with. It's a very bad hot end. Now, how does this attach to this? This goes inside this hole. And there's another piece that's the exact same thing as this piece right here, except it cuts off right here, and this end is open. So it's like, it's this shape. And it slides over that slot in the V6 hot end, and then 4 screws go through it into this plate. Actually, I think it goes from the top, and they go through this plate, and the threading is in the little clip part that has the that holds that hot end in. I cannot find a goddamn picture of it. It just blows my mind that I can't find a picture of this piece. Okay, how about Anycubic Chiron X-axis carriage? Alright, there's the carriage. There's a 3D model of the carriage. But where's the other parts? It looks like this. I mean, it's basically this, except mine didn't have an adjustable thing here. It wasn't a slot. It was just 4 holes. But basically, it looks exactly like this, except it's got 4 holes. And that piece right there, I'm going to save that because that might be something I can use. Yeah, that's on Thingiverse. I'm going to have to download that and print it and see if it fits. But that piece right there would bolt on right there. It would be like a C-clip going over the V6 hot end. And then if the threads are in this part, that might work. And then it just screws right into this. And that's what holds the hot end onto the carriage plate. But yeah, it looks just like that, but it's made of metal, and mine had just 4 simple holes. It didn't have slots. And that's stupidly expensive and takes a long time. I mean, I will if I have to, but I'd prefer not to. X-carriage components. I wonder if because I noticed aligning those screws is a bitch. You got to twiggle and play with those screws to get them to line up. I wonder if the new version is made with slots. I wonder if that is the right part. I just wish I could find a picture of it. But yeah, it looks like that. It looks a whole lot like that. I'll try it. I mean, I just don't know how well a plastic part's going to work. I do have some ABS. I could print that in ABS. That would be a little more temperature resilient. And a part that small, I could just crank the bed up to 120. I can get away with that without an enclosure. It'll only take a couple of minutes to print. Hell, it would take longer to heat the bed up than it would to print it. Okay, let's try hot and mount components. That's the hot end, but I need the mount components. Oh, now that's interesting. A replacement? But how would I... What are you doing? How does that attach? I'm doing an image search. Now that's interesting. Because that would work. But how would I attach that to my printer? Like, is that even removable? Show. AliExpress. Let's do a search on... come on. Copy. It actually didn't just straight up erase you, El Mariachi. It actually gave me a chance to review it. Okay, I'll do that in just a second. Hang on, let me do a search for this first. Yeah, but how do I attach this to my printer? You know, that's a great idea, especially being so cheap and its choice. But how do I attach it? Meaning the problem is, let me show you what I mean. This is not right. X-axis carriage. The problem is, how do I get this off? Hang on a second. Let me go look at this. Oh, my back does not like that. Oh, yeah, I'm a little stiff. Let me go look at this printer and see what this looks like. Yeah, that's permanent. Oh. Oh. Well, you just solved my problem. Thank you very much. It's held on by 2 screws from the back. I can remove this. On the back side, there's 2 bolts. I thought it was welded or bent. I thought it was like, like this here. It's permanent. I thought that's what that was. It's not. There's 2 bolts on the back, which means those are the 2 screw holes you would use to mount this. Oh, hell yes, I'm ordering this. I can't order it right now because you got to order $10 worth, and I don't have $10. I think I have $4. But yes, this is going to be in my next order. Let's see if it shows up in Dollar Express, because then I only have to order 3 items. Sometimes you get lucky and it does that. Oh, that's pretty. Come on, show it to me. Show it to me. It's not showing it to me. It might not be available for the Dollar Express, which means I would have to hit $10. Because then I could order like $4 worth of stuff and get free shipping. It's going to be a pain in the ass to take that apart. I'm going to have to disassemble the carriage because I think one of the screws is behind one of the palm wheels. No, you could buy one. You just have to pay shipping. And I'm not going to pay more in shipping than the part's worth. I'm just not going to do that. If I tried to buy that part, what is this? Go away, you nudge. Oh, you're a pain in the ass. I mean, really? But yeah, that's perfect. I think that's exactly what I need. Now, what are these side screws for? Is that just to pin the hot end in place? Is that like using it as a grub screw to pin it in place? How does that work? I mean, I don't care. This solves my problem. Oh, interesting. I've never encountered that. But see, this says free shipping, but it's only, I think it's only free shipping. Wait a minute. Is that just free shipping? No way. Oh, I hope that wasn't a discounted price for new members. Yeah, see, $1.99 shipping. Oh, it's $5.01. That was a new person discount. I'm okay with $5. That's fine. I don't care. But I don't want to pay $2 shipping. Plus, I don't have $7.45, so I can't order it. Yeah, see, add $4.99 for free shipping. So I just ordered $10 worth of stuff and I get free shipping. But yeah, that's perfect. That's exactly what I need. I wasn't logged in. That's why it was showing the discounted price. Brand new users get a special price for certain things. Yeah, see, free shipping over $10. No, wait a minute. This does not say any cubic chiron. Will this fit my printer? Hell, can I put a regular mount on there? Are those holes the same alignment as a regular ender hot end? Ooh. Because I think my hot end can mount both ways. Although I think mounting it like that would be too high. Yeah, the hot end would be too high. Either which way, I'll order this. Although I could just print one too. So I'll probably order one and print one. Where the hell did that go? Is this it? Yeah, oh. It might not be free. Cults 3D is not loading. How about we just do a search for Anycubic Chiron? Any reason why you're not pasting? What, you're not letting me copy letters here, huh? You're being a dickhead? Okay. I feel better now. Let's see what's available. Sensor holder, don't care. Blower, corner screw spacers. Actually, I can probably just do E3D. E3D. I think it's also too high, though. I'd have to drill 2 completely new holes, which I might do. I mean, I got the drill bit I need right here. Well, no, but see, I don't have any taps, and I would need to tap the holes. So I would need the correct drill bit and the correct tap. And taps I don't have. It's in my order list. Actually, it's in this order list. Right there. These here, drill and tap. So it's in my order list, but I haven't had a chance to order it yet. Yeah, but I can't 3D print that part. It'll be too soft. The hot end would move all over the place. I'll do a search for it anyway. But this solves my problem. I just gotta wait till I have the money to order it. And it's nice and metal. Okay. Oh, that's where they got the original image from. Except it doesn't actually include everything. It doesn't include the part that I'm missing. It doesn't include that little plate that goes right there. So this is the carriage plate, but it doesn't actually include what I need. What about this one? I know, the image doesn't have a picture of the part. It's not there, see? It's not there. This part's here, but the mating part, you know, this thing, where is it? Uh-oh, I just had it on Thingiverse. This part, I think it's similar to this. I don't know if this is exactly it, but it looks similar to this. This piece here is not part of that image. That part would go right here. That's all I'm missing is that little tiny piece of metal right there. It has to be in there somewhere. I mean, I never took it out of the room, but I tore that bathroom apart. I could not find it. My guess is it either went down the... There's a couple of holes in the floor that go to the outside, you know, to the subfloor, because that's where the garden tub was, and I have some pieces of carpet covering it. It either went down one of those holes or under a carpet piece or something. I got to basically pull everything out of there, pull the table out of there, and look for it. But yeah, I must have dropped it somewhere. But it's that little metal piece right there. Just that little thing right there. It's like, I have everything I need except that. And that's just not going to load. I doubt it. The Chiron's probably unique. They made a lot of improvements on it. It doesn't matter. I have the solution now. I buy this. It's $5. You know, I just don't have the money right now. So I'll just buy that when I have the money, probably next week. Actually, probably in 2 or 3 days, my Patreon money should come in. I can afford to spend $5 of it to buy this. And so I'll buy that, and that'll take care of my problem. And, what are these side screws for? I don't get what they're for. Like, they don't appear to be doing anything with them. They're just sitting there. Huh. I don't know. It's just curiosity more than anything else. Oh, I gotta add this to my cart now because that was added to that temporary cart. Did it fail to add it to the cart? Oh no, go to cart. It didn't. There it is. It added it. Okay. So it's in there. Okay. Now let's see if this loads. No. Nah. You can do that. If you got Zelle, use that. Then there's no fees. Nobody pays any fees. I have $4 in the bank, so I need like $6. Tax. I just have to find something that's $5, or just order 2 of those. Although I don't need to. Let's see here. I'm trying to get Anycubic to send me their new Cobra Max. Zelle@Nerisse.com. It's also in the description. ZELLE@NERYS.COM. Yeah, Zelle's nice because it's no fees whatsoever. Let's see here. Oh, there is one other thing I wanted to do. I need to design a part. Now that I got most of these parts done, I have to think on this a little bit. I don't want to do any more. I don't want to print anything or do any more of this until I think a bit. Because I still need to come up with a solution for affixing the drawer to the top of this. I think I know how to do it. The easy way to do it is to make all of these parts a 0.5 millimeter thicker, or 1 millimeter thicker. And then I'll have a lip. Oh, well, this one will be easy to actually... No, we're doing the other way. We're doing the other way. That's right. Okay. We're doing this. Yes, we're doing the pegs. That makes it easier. Okay. So now what we do is we take this piece here and we align that piece with this piece. You, and you. And then we take this, we hide it, we delete this, bring it back. There. So now I have these 2 stumps sticking out of here, and the bottom of the part here now will have those 2 holes in it, like that. So let's change this color to something that's obvious. No, 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 no. I did not ask you to do that. Come on, don't be a douche. That piece. Change you to like this bright pink color. Now I take this and this, align with this, center and center. Then we take the pink one and we delete it. There we go. So now we have this new piece. So this is going to be MTB bottom. So I'm going to have to reslice that. MTP bottom, export. So now your tool chest here will have these two holes in it on the bottom. And those two holes will line up with and fit on top of. No, that's not what I want to do. I want to do this. Those two holes will fit onto and line up with these two pegs. Now something else I can do, I can have an optional magnet hole to fit in here. So you can put a magnet in these two halves. Thank you. Hang on. Yeah, it's in there. Okay. Now let's do that while we're here. Let's just get that done. Okay. Okay, select all. And select none. Come on. Don't want to do that. Boy, does that take a long time. Yeah, I save a lot of crap. I only dream of ordering. Let's see. Add that. Now I need to add $4.99. Could get the little fairy I've been wanting. That's too expensive. I have been wanting to get a couple of these to experiment with putting holes in my lid to allow me to utilize these things. Just because it would come in handy. We could do that. Let's see, what else? I would like to get some more of these because those are actually really handy. They're really cool looking for rockets. Is there something I need? I could use one more of these, but I'd rather wait until I get the one I ordered to make sure it works the way I think it does. I don't need to order this. I found out that the you didn't like the 5? Did you get the 5 or the 5 Plus? Because the 5 is a wonderful machine. The Ender 5 is bulletproof. It's the one machine I suggest to everybody. The 5 Plus is, yeah, the auto bed leveling is fucking garbage. My 5 Plus is still sitting there not doing anything because it never, ever, ever, ever zeroes out to the same goddamn point every time. It's always different. I do micro stepping, and it cumulatively adds the micro stepping to the error. It's like eventually I'm going to I suck at firmware, but eventually I'm going to have someone walk me through it, and I'm going to reburn the firmware on that machine to get rid of the ABL and go back to a goddamn limit switch, because limit switches are so easy. Just oh yeah, I hate that. Yeah, I feel you, buddy. I feel you. Oh, man. Well, these are kind of cute. The rabbits are cute. These are magnetic, so that won't work because my thing's made of plastic. I just don't want to blow it. I want to order something useful. I have been wanting to get one of these so that I can make that distance measurement thing that I wanted to make. I've been wanting to 3D print one of those. Like, really badly. What's the difference? Like, why is that different? It's just a different sensor? Like, what the hell's the difference? I don't get it. Huh. Now I'm going to save that for another time. Well, I would probably do tenths of a foot. Just because that would mean you just move the decimal one place. Be the reason someone smiles today. I didn't eat you. Doesn't that make you happy? Aren't you happy you don't get eaten today? There's nothing else in here I want. Michelle wants these, but they don't make them big enough for her. Like, sorry, Michelle, you're too big. You gotta lose weight. You gotta lose weight. She's doing it, though. She's losing weight, slowly but surely. Let's see, is there a cheap all-metal hot end? Why does it squish the filament down? Why does what squish the filament down? You have to tell me what you mean by squish the filament down. I have plenty of these, so I don't need that. What the hell is that? No. I don't need any of that junk. Oh, there's another mount. I wonder why that's different. Is there any difference? No, it looks like the same thing. It's cheaper. Yeah, it's a cheaper version of the same thing. It's just a different angle. Yeah, there it is. Okay, we'll get the cheaper one. Hey, that's 30 cents, man. That's a pair of earrings. Let's see. That's an all-metal hot end with a titanium heat break? I bet you it's very poorly made, though. For that price, I bet you it's very poorly made. Anycubic Max. I see the filament come out and it flattens it down, not round top squished. What do you... Okay, hang on. So, are you talking about this? Are you talking about this? You can see my screen, right? Yes. So basically you're getting this. It's squishing it too much instead of getting this. It should be flattened. It should not be round like this. It should be flattened like this. But there should be some depth to it. If you rub your fingers over it, you should be able to feel it. If it's super flat like this, that's going to cause you problems. Okay, that's going to be your okay, first of all, the I don't know Anycubic Are you talking about, okay, Anycubic Cobra Max, Max 2, or Max 3? I don't know if there's any difference between them, but which one do you have? Because they have 3 versions of the Anycubic Cobra Max. Max Original, okay. Let's see here. Okay, it does have automatic leveling. So usually when you, wait a minute, smart worry-free auto leveling, how does that work? Is it using electronic probe or a switch? Would you go away? What the hell? Let's see here. IQ Smart Auto Leveling. That doesn't tell me anything. That doesn't show me anything at all. So you see here this you should have an option here called in your settings called Z offset. What you have to do is raise that Z offset up a little bit. So when you go through the auto leveling process to where I'm not super familiar with auto leveling, but I understand the basics of how it works. Usually the way it'll work is you'll have your build platform and it'll come out and it'll go dit, 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 and it'll start touching all over the bed. And what it's doing is it's building a matrix for what your bed level looks like relative to each other. And at the end of that, there should be an option for you to set the Z offset. So that this here is touching the bed. That is 0 offset. You then need to tell it, well, how far off the bed do you want it? That's called Z offset. And there should be an option to set your Z offset. What I would do is I would raise it 0.1 and then try it. See how it works. If it's too much, go down 0.05. If it's not enough, go up 0.05. And once you tweak that, you shouldn't have to mess with that ever again, because your slicer will make adjustments based on what you tell it your layer height is. You just need to set the initial, and you want that initial to be about 0.2. You know, between 0.1 and 0.2. So Z offset is what you need to adjust in the printer screen settings. And but just raise it by 0.1. Don't set it to 0.01, but raise it. Whatever it currently is, raise it up. Like, not 0.1, you like 0.5 or 0.1, depending on how much squish you're getting. So usually it's 0.05 increments. So raise it 0.5, try it. Raise it another 0.5, try it, until you get it just right. But you want that optimal. You need squish. You do want squish. But not enough squish, it's going to peel itself off. And too much squish, it's also going to peel itself off. E3D Sahanas is still up to the task compared to all the new super light, more efficient styles. There's definitely a learning curve to using 3D printers, but it's not that big a curve. Once you put in the grind, the first hour to figure things out, use your head, logically see how it's working and figure things out. It's usually pretty straightforward after that. The biggest thing you could do is make sure that hot end is clean, have a good purge line, and use a skirt. Don't have the skirt too far away from the part, and make that first layer slow. I know it's annoying, but make the first layer slow. And as you get better at tuning the printer, as you get better at recognizing what it's doing and what it's not doing, you can start to increase that first layer speed as you get more comfortable figuring out, it's not sticking, what's going wrong, and you can figure that kind of stuff out. Also, never ever use alcohol on the print bed to clean it. Just use hot soapy water. No, here, let me show you. So, do you see this green and blue part? This is my part. This purple line is the skirt. So basically, it prints this purple line first. It goes around and it prints this. Oh, you can't see my screen. Hang on. I remembered this time. So this is my part that I'm printing. These two squares here. These are actually the back and the bottom of this toolbox. Now, the blue is the outer perimeter. The light blue is perimeter, but not outer perimeter. Green is top or bottom fill. And orange is infill. Okay? So the two shades of blue are your perimeters. Green is your high density fill. Orange is your interior low density fill. The purple is not part of the model. The purple is called a skirt. It's because it's skirting the entire model. A brim is because it damages the stick surface. The type of surface that Anycubic uses, that black surface with little holes in it, the isopropyl alcohol damages it. And it starts sticking poorer and poorer. So don't use alcohol. Use hot soapy water with Dawn, rinse it off with hot water, dry it, and it will work fine for a long time. But I used alcohol mine, and now it sucks. It's like, shit! I should have done that. I learned the hard way. A brim is a skirt with zero distance. So the skirt touches the model. On some models, you might need to do that. A raft is where your bed level is so bad that you give up trying, and so you basically print your own bed underneath the entire part. So instead of just printing a line around it and printing a part directly on the bed, you print an entire bed underneath it like a raft on a river, and then you print the part on top of that raft. For little parts, rafts are very good. Because when you have a little tiny part and that first layer is critical, rafts are wonderful. Like when I'm printing little rockets this big, yeah, I use a raft. It only takes a minute to print the raft, and it guarantees it's going to succeed every time. Yeah, I bet it did. Yep. And also make sure you rinse it with hot water. Get all that soap off. And then let it dry and you're good. In between, and another thing, don't touch it. The oils from your hands are a release agent. So when you touch the PEI surface, you're depositing your skin oils onto the PEI surface, and that's why it stops sticking. And some filaments do this too. Some filaments have stuff in them that eventually is a residue on the bed, and it stops it from sticking. Oh, you don't need gloves. Just try not to put your hands where it's going to be printing. If you do, you can get these microfiber cloths dirt cheap on Amazon. You buy some of these and you wipe down that bed. You scrub it down with the microfiber cloth. So any residue you put on there, you're taking it off. And if you really want to go to, you're not going nowhere town, you go to the witches. Okay? These guys are witches. Let me show you. They have some dark black magic. You go to Vision Miner and you get yourself some nanopolymer adhesive. This stuff is witchcraft. It's black magic. There's something just evil about this stuff. I mean, I don't know what they're doing. Here it is right here. But this stuff is stupidly expensive. But trust me, you can buy the sample size. Like it's $45 for that 120 milliliter bottle. But that 120 milliliter bottle will last you 5 years. You can also get the little... they usually have a sample. I don't see the sample. 120 milliliter 10 pack. Oh, but I want. But that stuff is gangbusters. It's witchcraft. Every time I see them at a 3D printing convention, I just walk by them and go, witches, because that stuff just works. It's insane how well it works. It's just They don't. Oh, they probably don't ship to the UK. I don't know. It's an adhesive aid. It's like putting glue stick down, except it's semi-permanent. As long as you let the part fully cool, in which case it'll auto-release from the print bed. I can usually go through 10, 20, sometimes 25 prints, depending on how big the prints are, before I have to reapply some, and it doesn't take much. I mean, even the little sample bottles they have, that you get at the shows, the little tiny sample bottles, that's enough to do a CR10 like 2 or 3 times. And the other nice thing is it makes it lighter, assuming you have enough travel movement to be able to do it. Like on my longer LK5 Pro, I can print directly on the aluminum heat plate. I just scuffed up the aluminum heat plate, and then I put the nanopolymer. At first it didn't stick, took 2 applications. The second application, I print directly on the aluminum plate now. With Petchy. It's wonderful. Oh, it's wonderful. I'll never go back. I will never go back. I will beg, borrow, and steal to make sure I have some of that stuff. PEI works fine, and I still love that original fabric-like surface, like the Build Tack, Fake Tack surface. And you can apply this on top of PEI. You can apply this on top of the Anycubic surface. But put it this way, the bond is so smooth that when the part's done printing, it feels like it's still attached, but it's not. It auto-release when it cooled down. It's static cling. There's static electricity holding the part there. It's crazy. It's the nanopolymer is. I hate bed adhesion aids because I want to print on the bed and not have to keep applying a consumable item. But the problem I was having was when I started printing big stuff, like those big blocks I was printing, which I haven't been printing because I haven't had the money. But those big blocks that I was printing, they kept warping no matter what I did. No matter how much brim, no matter how much structure, no matter how much offsetting I put in, no matter what I did, all of my tricks didn't work. The part was just too big. It would stick fine, but it would get to about 20 millimeters tall, and it would start to cold warp, and it would rip right off the bed, no matter what I did. Well, if they're ever at a show, you might be able to get some. But so finally I was like, can I get like a sample of this stuff? Yes. Oh, not recently, but I do have some resin printers. I have like 6 or 7 resin printers. I have a nice big one that they sent me once, and I didn't do much of a review on it because they had problems with it, and it has issues, but it does work. It's a nice big 8K resolution or something like that. Real nice printer. But the problem is resin's brittle. Unless you can afford to buy like the tough resins, like Formlabs Tough 2000 resin, stuff like that. You got to be careful because resin prints can be very, very brittle. And I tend to make more structural parts. However, if I need to make a fine scale detail part for a model rocket, oh yeah, it's resin all day long. You just can't beat your fine detail. Clear is the strongest, really. Interesting. I'll have to try that. But yeah, that's all. Your AC Max. That's all you got to do is do your Z offset, and assuming Anycubic didn't screw up their firmware like Creality did, it should save that Z offset and be good from then on. I guess it depends on how they color it. Okay. Oh, here's another style. V6 hot end fixed block. Yeah, but that one looks better. Looks more adjustable too. Although, is it choice? Yes, it is. For $1.78, I might as well get one just in case. I have to order $10 in order to get the free shipping, so it's one of those things where I might as well get one. I already got those. Oh, those are interesting. Glass plate clamps, huh? 4 random. Upgrade 8. 8 random. Oh, you get 8 random and it's cheaper? And with glass plates, you can get away with using 3 of these. Yeah, I'll grab a couple of those. Oh, it's only 10 cents more to get blue, so I'll get blue. That says 2 pieces. So is this 8 or 2? Oh, it's 2 pieces. Nasty! Yucko. That's good. What we need is a PLA replacement. What we need is something that's between... What we need is something is as cheap and as strong as PLA, but with the flexibility and temperature resistance of ABS. And Pecci's not good enough. Pecci's strong enough, but it's not... not temperature resistant enough. It still has too low a TG. Alright, let's just add a pair of earrings or something to the order. I just got to get to $10. I like that fairy. I want to get one of those eventually. I also want to get... I guess I could get one of these to play with. And see how strong it is. That gets me to 1026. Okay. Why is there a shipping fee? Oh, $8.47. So, get 2. There. No shipping fee. I'm going to. Now I am. Now that I found my blood diamond red, I want to make my Nerys earrings with the 0.2 millimeter nozzle. And I also now have the bag of hardware, the studs, to make them. Okay, that should be good. Yes, I got 2 different mounting brackets, and I got the little screw-on hand to play with. So let's try that. I was also hoping to get it through Dollar Express because they use faster shipping for that. But, oh well. Bingo bango, it is done. Nice. See, the helping hands I got is a, ooh. That's cool. How does it heat? Is that the heater? Is that part of the heater? That's really freaking cool. What are all these differences? Oh, here, this one goes up to 0.8. I'd like to go to 1 millimeter. No 1 millimeters? What kind of nozzle is this? I've never seen a nozzle like this before. Anybody familiar with this? And this mounts with the Ender style or the whatever, the E3D style. Now, is this all metal or is this PTFE lined? Okay, this is getting added to the cart for later. The reason I'm interested in this, okay, I see a clip, which means it's probably PTFE lined. But the reason I'm interested in this is because this is wonderful. Did I make these? No, I bought them on here, on AliExpress. Actually, it was on the main page. Hang on. They were dirt cheap too. $1.09 I think I paid for them. Yeah, I ended up getting this and it worked. Where is it? This right here. It was only $1 or something, $1.09 I think I paid for it, and it ended up working that I could lower the voltage coming out of a USB battery bank to run these lights, so I can run the lights at the Rocky Mountain Rep. Let's see, Dollar Express. Why would you wear one earring? I never. Now I understand it. Now that I read the history of it, where back in the day when it wasn't acceptable for men to wear earrings, like left ear was gay, right ear was straight, or something like that. I actually had to look that up because one of you guys asked me about it, and my first thought was, why the hell would you buy one earring? They're supposed to be pairs. I mean, I've never even seen earrings come as one. Those are pretty. I like that. But I got them in here, and they were $1.09. And they're really nice looking earrings. I like the translucent, like, kind of frosted look of the flowers. They're really nice looking. Yeah, these are supposed to be natural pearls. They're not. They're fake. You know, when you can find 4 of them that are exactly identical, that doesn't happen in nature. So they're fake. It's like, why lie? You gotta always lie. But anyway, what was I showing? Oh, but this here, this hot end is interesting because it has this long extension coming out the bottom here. That is going to be fantastic for doing short sequential prints. Oh, that's the witchcraft? Oh, the nanopolymer? Yeah. But this here, I do a lot of sequential printing, where you do one entire print and then you do the next entire print. And this would allow me to fit a lot higher density on the print bed, especially if the parts are shorter, because there's so much more distance. This would also be great for like your belt printers, and this would also be great for non-planar printing. So I am definitely gonna eventually I'm gonna order one of these hot ends to play with. But what is with this nozzle? I've never seen a nozzle like that. That looks like the kind of nozzle Babu uses. So what kind of nozzle is that? Like, what do I call that? Like, how do I search for more of this nozzle? Yes, ordered the part. Already done. We're just looking around at this point. Oh, my orders. Done. I ordered 2 different hot end mounts. This one's only $1.79. This one looks better for $4.67. So I got both of them, and I got 2 of these little magnetic hand things. They're not magnetic. These are screw-in. So this has a little screw-in part there. Oh, it's a nut and bolt. So with a couple of washers, that could work. The idea would be for that to either put a hole here and here so that you can put 2 of them in here to be helping hands on the field, or even through here, through the lid, if I, or even through the shelf itself. I might thread them right into the shelf here, because that'll be more meat for them to get into instead of this. And the threads will be vertical, so they'll print better. So I can screw, like, have two little holes here and here, so you can mount two of them in here to help you when you're working on the field, when you have to solder something together or something like that. I think that'd be a nice addition. But so I needed to get to $10, so I added two of those, and now I can experiment with them and play around with them. The trick will be to see if the threaded holes hold up while you're manipulating it. Now, because that is infill with no bottom layers, I could have the hole go all the way through, and then you just put the nut in from the bottom, and that would be much more resilient as far as holding up to abuse from being bent. We'll have to see, but that's an idea. So I'll get a couple of those, and I also got the two different V6 E3D mountains, and so I can try both. So thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. But what is this called? Is it a bamboo nozzle? That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, I have an S in there? That's enough to do that? Yeah, okay, so it is a bamboo nozzle. Okay. Bamboo nozzle 1.0 millimeter. So do they make 1 millimeter? Yes, they do make 1 millimeter nozzles. Okay. So at some point in the future, I'm going to order one of those hot ends and a couple of 1 millimeter nozzles, because that would be great for non-planar printing, and that would also be great for sequential printing. So yeah, I'm definitely going to try to get one of those. That would be awesome. These are surprisingly cool. I like these. You can get these. I'll show you. You get a kick out of this. Oh, you couldn't see what I was showing you anyway, because I'm an idiot. But these are really neat. So you have these. These used to be disposable, but now they have them in rechargeable. Come here. I got this from the Dollar Express section, so I paid like $3 for this. So you ever see batteries like this? This is called a CR425, and this is a rechargeable version. And it comes with this little USB charger, so you can charge 2 batteries. And you put it in there and you plug it into a USB and it charges. It takes so little power, it doesn't even register 1 watt. But check this out. And they go for hours. I really didn't think they would run that long. It is $4.19, so you stick it in there, and there you go. It's a little light. And you can get, there's a couple of different shapes you can get, and it shouldn't be that hard to 3D print my own version of this, to make my own covers, but also to make 3D printed mounts, make this half, so that what this is designed for is it's designed for fishing. So that screws onto there, and then this pops open, and you put the tip of your fishing rod through there, and there's the tip of your fishing rod, and now you can see the tip of your fishing rod. You know, you can see it when you're in the dark fishing. It probably helps to attract fish too. It is called a CR425. So just do a search on AliExpress or Temu for CR425, and you'll see these little batteries. There's a 4-slot charger I'm probably going to get eventually. And I got this little kit. Came with 2 lights, 2 batteries, and 1 charger. You just stick it in here, and you plug it in, charges 2 of them. And yep, CR425. And it's amazing. It's really cool. Let me double check that. Well, let's double check by looking. Oh, I know there's some in dollars. So we look in here. Really? Now you're going to make a fool of me and not show me any? Really? You jackass. Come on. Oh, here's the earrings. $1.09. Yep, I paid $1.09 for them. That's these earrings. Ooh, there's one of those battery boxes. That's 24 volt. I need a 3.7 volt. It's gonna make a fool of me. It's not gonna show me. You're an asshole. You know that, AliExpress? Screw you. Of course it would make an ass out of me. CR425. There we go. Here's a bunch of the batteries. Be careful, some of these are one-time use, some are rechargeable. Like here's the rechargeable ones. Here's a rechargeable one. You can get orange and yellow. You can get different styles. Like here's a nice one. That would be good for sticking in my rockets. But I think some of these are one-time use batteries, and then of course some of them are rechargeable. So make sure you get the rechargeable ones. And but yeah, you just here's a 4-bay one, so that charges 4 of them. Oh, that's cool. Inline float light. Okay. And theoretically, with a 0.2 millimeter nozzle, I should be able to print my own little accessories for this. I, of course, want to get all the different colors, too. Oh, are they actually pink? No. Why are they showing them as pink if they're not pink? That shape is cool. I like that shape because that'd be good for the tips of wings on, sci-fi rockets. But yeah, these are, oh, that's a cool tip too. Like disruptor blasters. Yeah, these are just neat. These are just freaking neat. And they're nice and bright and they go for a long time. I only needed 10 minutes. But, I think I ran these for over an hour, and that was before I charged them up. So I'm going to run to both of these and see how long they run. Now that I have them charged up. And you don't need the base. You can just stick them in this part here, and they light up. Oh, they do dim pretty quick. Oh, wow, that's a big difference. I wonder if there's something wrong with this battery. Because it's only been 5 minutes, and that's a big difference in brightness. Wow. Yeah, I'd much rather have that. Let's see how long it stays bright. But, yeah, they're pretty cool. Hi, Michelle. We're going to probe you. Prepare to be probed. Yeah. Remember that scene from oh, what the hell was it called? The Schwarzenegger movie on Mars in the Alien Machine. I can't believe I forgot the name of the movie. The remake was okay. I like the original better. Total Recall. That's it. Remember the Total Recall? He had to pull that thing out of his nose. That movie was so good. I love that movie. And I am pissed at Temu. Temu. It's actually pronounced Temu. I finally finished Farmland on Temu. Yes, they are actually sending my freebies to me. So here, let me show you the freebies I got. It took forever. Oh my god, it took so long. It's ridiculous how long it took. It's just absolutely ridiculous. It's like, what? How long? Come on. Come on, come on. Really? You're gonna make me do it that way? Let's go duplicate tab. It's gotta be difficult, doesn't it? It's gotta be difficult. It's always gotta be difficult. Let's see. Duplicate tab. Duplicate tab. Go to you. Go to you. Go to you. Are you just not going to do what I told you to do? Like, I'm pretty sure I just told you to do something, so do it. Oh, for Christ's sake. Why do you gotta be such a nudge? Okay, here we go. So, basically farmland is... I don't do that. I don't send it to people like that. I posted it once to Facebook to try something, but otherwise I don't send friend requests to people because I know I ignore those when I get them, so I expect people to ignore them if I were to send them, so I don't do that. And I know that would annoy the hell out of people. So, the way it took, like, I guess it only took about 2 months. I guess that's really not that bad. I got some pretty decent stuff for free. And it only takes like 5 minutes every day. You log in, you do all your tasks. And obviously, if you spend money, the process goes a lot faster if you buy orders. So, I mean, don't order just because, but if you're already ordering anyway, then why not? Get free stuff. In fact, whenever I want to order something off Temu, the first thing I do is I go to the coupon section. Well, you'll be able to print mine, because I'll have mine on Thingiverse and printables too. And mine's nicer. But it is a pain in the ass, because at first you go quickly. And then at the end, it's like 99, 99.8, 99.9, 99.95, 99.96, 99.97. It's like, what? And then pretty soon, each time you water or feed, you're only getting 0.01. So it literally takes 1,000 grams to go 1%. And then something happened at the end of mine where it just accelerated quickly. I thought I had like 40,000 grams left I would need to do to get it. And then suddenly I'm there. Because I wanted to record it when I finally got it, but it happened so quickly I didn't even notice it happening. So anyway, you get basically 2 coupon bundles, which is garbage. And you get 2 free items. And one of them is usually a pretty decent item. You got to pick from their list of items, but a lot of it is sourced from what's in your shopping cart. And I usually try to go for things like shirts and stuff like that. Things I could actually use. And now something happened during the game. They offered me the chance to turn one of the coupon things into another free item. So I got 3 free items. And then twice while I was playing, they put up a bonus round where if you watered every day for 7 days, you got 1 free item. Now the catch is you have to water more and more each day. And this last time I almost didn't get it because they ramped up how much you had to water so much that I almost couldn't get it, but I did manage to get it. Hey, DeWitt. Hey, you're going to love this, DeWitt. Let me show them this real quick. So one of the free 7-day waterings was a ring. Well, you could pick whatever you want. I happened to pick a ring. And I got this. And it was totally free. It's actually really pretty. And it fits nice, too. It fits great. It's a good ring. It's like a fake copper bronze material. It's like leaves with a green gem. So it's like a forest theme. I thought that was pretty cool. It's only worth like $3, but it was free. I didn't have to do anything except hit water on the thing, and I got it for free. And then they offered it to me again last week, and so it's on the way here. But I've been wanting to get those chopper masher things for mashed potatoes and ground beef. I got a 4-pack for free. So yeah, this is on the way to me. I'm getting 4 of these. Totally free. Yes, I'm going to take free. And then 2 days ago, I finished Farmland, and I got my 3 free items, except they pissed me off because what I had in my list was this. What I had in my list was this shirt. I wanted this goddamn shirt so bad. It's a Kiss shirt, but it says Hiss, and it's got 4 cats. And it's like, I want that goddamn shirt. And so it's been in my list all this time to get for free. I finally win Farmland, and it says, sorry, out of stock. And now nobody has that shirt in my size anymore, because I need the 9XL. 9XL Asia is about 4XL US. And now nobody has that shirt in 9XL anymore. So I am super lividly pissed. Oh, I'm so annoyed, because that's the one shirt I wanted. Like 3 times I passed up buying it, because I was going to get it for free from the game. And when I finally win the goddamn game, it's not available anymore. Oh, am I angry. But what I ended up getting was I had to pick something else, so I picked this. It's only worth $5.50. I have credit, that's why it's showing that. But it's a butterfly solar light thing. I have a whole bunch of solar lights in my yards. I love solar lights. Oh, my name Chris, yes. But I finally got win the game, so I had to pick something else, so I ended up picking this. They had a whole bunch of other shirts, but none of them were 9XL, so I couldn't pick them. It was not going to fit me. The 8X is just too tight. So I ended up picking this, so I'll get that. I also got this in 9XL, so I have the orange one like this, and I think I got the blue one? Maybe not, maybe just the orange one, but I have the orange one. Now I'll have the pink one. Eventually I'll get the blue one and the green one. And then I also got this, a Wicked tank top. So I've been wanting one. It's 8XL, but the tank tops fit looser, so I'm hoping it'll fit. We'll see. I had to pick something because the other thing I wanted, I ended up buying already. I had the orange smiley face shirt in there. I had the orange one of this in there, so I had to pick something different. I don't want 2 of the same damn shirt. And but yeah, I'm getting them all for free. They're all being shipped to me. So I was like, hell yeah, I'll take that. And of course, is this available in my size? Nope. Oh, wait a minute, 6XL. Ooh. But it's $6 more than it costs to buy from Temu. But is it actually US 6XL or Asian 6XL? I would prefer big and tall. $6X tall. Okay. Because I'm 6'4" tall, but I have 27-inch legs. So short legs, big torso. I need tall. But is it actually 6XL tall? I'm going to save it. Let's just add it to here. Put it in there for now. This one's cute too. I'm waiting for the 9X to come out on Temu. Pause. There's a couple different variations of it. If they don't give me actual dimensions, the size guide doesn't mean shit to me. I need actual dimensions. Otherwise, you just never know what it's going to be. Oh, come on. Nope. God damn it. Why delay so long? Rawr. Oh, let's see. No size guide. I mean, Amazon 6XL will fit me. The problem is, do they actually adhere to it? And it does not tell me. There's no size guide here. So eventually I'll try it. Ooh, I like the gray. Yeah, the gray is nice. The dark gray looks nicer than the black. I don't like the blue. The blue makes the cats look blue. It pops better with the black, though. The colors pop better with black. Even though I hate black. Oh, God, I hate black. But yeah, so I got the, it's legit. You get the freebies, but it's work. It's not like, it's a pain in the ass when you're trying to get through it, and it keeps giving these pop-ups trying to get you to buy stuff. It's like, come on, just let me get through the damn game so I can get on with my day. Oh, that's a new one. Hiss, a sound and visual spectacular. That's good. I like that. But there is something else I wanted to make in here. I ordered the acrylic, the VHB tabs to fix the lights on my car, but I need to make lifts. Yeah, I think there's something wrong with this one, because it's been 8 more minutes, and this one is still nice and bright. Not as bright as it was, but it's still nice and bright. This one's really dim, so it might just be this battery's a little bum. Oh yeah, as long as that first perimeter lays down properly, then you're usually good to go. It's that first line. As long as that first layer is good, you're good. Walk away. And I'm slowly getting this printer tuned with the big nozzle that I can just hit print and walk away and not have to worry about it. So, I need to make a lift for my stickers. This needs to be 25 by 25, I think. Was it 25 by 25 or was it 20 by 20? Am I showing you my screen? Yes. Let's see. Account. My orders. Oh, these pissed me off. I ordered these because I wanted the 3 different necklaces. It was $1.09 in the things section. It says here, 3-piece set. All right, so I ordered 2. The reason I ordered 2 is because I have a 24-inch neck. Okay, so there's no way in hell that was going to fit me. So I ordered 2 so I can combine them to make 36-inch necklace instead of a 17-inch necklace, because usually they're 17 inches. And it turns out it's not a 3-piece set. It's 3 different chains, but they're all one. On the back side, they're all combined into one. So they never show it to you. They never show you where they link in the back. It's always just cut off the frame. You can just see it in this one. Nope, they cut it off. But you can just see it right there. See the jump ring? All 3 chains connect to the one chain. which means it's going to be a pain in the ass for me to separate these into separate necklaces and then join them with the second set to make a one that fits me. I like butterflies. If you don't like butterflies, fuck you. I got these for 89 cents. Nice. I paid less. Where is the acrylic stickers? Are they on Temu? I thought they were here. Oh, they haven't shipped yet, I bet. Nope, those are shipped. There they are. Here we go. So I ordered these. And what size were they? Okay, they are 25 millimeter. Okay. Okay, which means I want to make this 26. 26 by 26. Why did you do that? Do what I say, or I will bite you. There will be biting, and it will not be comfortable for you. Let's do a nice little bevel. Let's chop it. That looks good to me. Do that. Now I need to add oh no, I wanted to do a square, didn't I? Because I want to print this side. I guess I could try printing it vertically. We can see how it works. It might not work. We can try it. Is there any reason why you're not letting me pick that? Because you just want to be a nag? Okay. Let's lower the height to 5. Yes! And I will bite, and I will make sure it hurts. Rawr. There will be blood. I will draw blood. Okay, top radius. That looks good. And we're going to insert these into each other just a hair. There we go. Now I need one of these. The top radius is 6.3, which is 12.6. That is not what I asked you to do. You were on the wrong part, you douche nozzle. Okay. If you can't beat 'em, bite 'em. That's right. And you tell people, I fight lizard style only. Claws, teeth, and tails only. Okay, now, how big is this? Way too big. This should probably be about 8 millimeter. Actually, I got a better idea. Yeah, I got a better idea. So let's make this 8 millimeters. So it's more like that. Let's do a center. Why would it block that? There's nothing wrong with that. Probably because of the word cock. There's no way to make a complex. Well, yeah, I can, but I can't do that. So what I need to do is to make this taller. Why can't I select just that? Why you keep giving me a problem? You're looking for a biting. Okay, let's do this. I guess like that. And let's do this. Make you longer. Turn you into a hole like that. That looks good. Okay. And now I need, well, that's probably too big. Let's chop it down a bit. Yep, that looks good. Yep, that looks good. And now we do this. We're probably going to do a 4mm hole, I think is big enough. Nope. Whoa. I forgot my own rules. You use a square. 4x4. And then you rotate 90 degrees this way. You rotate 45 degrees this way. And you shove it right up its ass. Oops, sorry. Right through this part. X-Tool. Yeah, X-Tool's got nice stuff. Yeah, I wouldn't mind having one of their things. Oh, screen printing. I have a heat press. That's a lot of money. Okay. So, this needs to be taller. Not like that. Very good. Okay. Let's bring you down a bit to here. You know, I bet a 3x3 would be enough. I'm betting a 3x3 would be plenty. I don't need to make it that big. That's all the way through, all the way through. Okay. Come on. Okay, now I could bring this down to here. And then I can shorten this until I just have a little bit of top layer above it. And that's all I need. And then we join. There. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. I don't even have to worry about elephant's foot because it won't matter with this part. And how tall is this? 15mm? Good. That should be enough. Light. Lift. We're going to call it a light lift. So, I have a set of lights on the top of my car. Let me show you what they look like. I got rid of the USB lights and I replaced them with a solar powered set, which is much nicer. It looks like I got it anyway, but I'm going to correct the spelling anyway. But basically, it's one of these, except it's a short one. It's only 6 meters. I think it's 6 meters. Or is it 10 meters? It might be 10 meters. It's either 6 meters or 10 meters. Yeah, it's basically one of these. So I got this one right here. This one. Except mine are rope lights. So these fairy light strings are inside of a PVC tube. Like this. See how it's inside of a tube? I have magnet. I have these sitting on the roof of my car, except mine are rubber coated, which doesn't work very well long term, by the way. The rubber breaks down from the sunlight and destroys it, but it does hold. So I have 4 of these on the roof of my car, 6 of them actually. And I run the rope light through them. The problem is the rope light droops in between the magnets. And when the rope light droops in between the magnets, you have your roof line, and then your lights, instead of sitting above the roof like this, they droop and touch. And the problem is that can allow them to go in the wind when you're driving. And that's not only is that annoying, but it's not good for the lights either. And it doesn't look as nice. So I'm going to come up with these little stanchions that I can print, because the magnets are really expensive. And so I just have the magnets at the 4 corners, and then have these stanchions in between, like 3 on the sides and 2 on the front and back. So that means I'm going to need 10 total. And I just print them. And the way this will work... make it transparent so you can see it. So I will use those sticky tabs that you saw that I bought from AliExpress, and I will sticky tab these to the roof of the car. And the rope light will go through this little hooky part here, this part here. The rope light will go through here, and then you'll put a zip tie in here. And you'll tighten down the zip tie, and that zip tie will hold the rope light in place. That's it. That's all it is. And ideally I'll print these in clear or in blue to match the car. But I'll make sure I put these in between LEDs so it doesn't block any of the LEDs. And these will tighten up and hold the rope lights into a nice, like, guardrail type configuration around the roof of the car. Keep things from bouncing around and doing things you're not supposed to do. I'm also going to make a little box to hold the solar panel. So to hold this little box here, for 2 reasons. I want to hide the wire going from this to the lights, because that wire will degrade in the UV light. So there will be a 3D print permanently attached to the roof, and it'll hide the wires to keep it out of the sunlight, out of the UV light, and give me a solid place to stick this solar panel unit. So if I have to replace it, I can undo this all and replace it if I need to, and do whatever I need to do. And but yes, that's what I'm going to do, because I like putting lights on my car. And so now I have these little things here. All I got to do is print a bunch of these and see what happens. Did I already download this? Light lift, yes. Now let's see what that looks like in the slicer. Don't be annoying, you pest. We're definitely going to do this at, I better stick with 0.3. 2 bottom layers is more than enough. I do want that bottom layer smooth so that the adhesive will stick to it. 2 perimeters. I guess 2 solid top layers, even though I don't need any. Skirt offset 1 millimeter. I better do 2 outlines since this is such a small print. Infill, I'm not sure if I need any, but I'm going to put some anyway. Let's do 15% and grid. Never use rectilinear. Rectilinear is garbage. I hate rectilinear. We are going to have to slow down. So we're going to run this at 2000. I keep forgetting to change it to millimeters a second instead of a minute. I hate that. We are going to ramp up the cooling to 75%, because otherwise this thing's going to get very messy. Let's see, 15 divided by 0.4. So 4 millimeters is 10, 4, 8, 12, 10, 20, 30. So let's add one at 25 and go to 100%. Now let's bring in the part. Here is my lift. And print. It's going to take 9 minutes to print. 1.78 grams worth of plastic. Oh, it's not doing the infill at all. Oh, I have Haze mode turned on, I bet. Yep. That explains a lot. You know, I probably could make this work with Haze mode. 3 grams each. That looks a lot cleaner. Yeah, that works. I think I need more infill though. It's not a good pattern. Let's go to 25%. On something this small, I just need to make sure I have coverage. Yeah, it only added half a gram. Oh, still not giving me coverage. I mean, I guess it's got some. I don't want this X pattern. Because what's going to happen when it gets to here, there's not much holding that up. It's basically printing in midair. Let's see, what other patterns can I use? It's because I'm using such a big nozzle. I mean, I could go 50%, and that would definitely do it, but that's a lot of infill. Even for a tiny part, that adds a full gram. But that gives me the pattern. See, that's the pattern I need in order to make sure that that has something to sit on. So I might need to go at 50%. Just to make sure I get that support for that pattern. That's going to make it solid, that's for sure. Which might be a good thing so it won't warp. Okay. So now, here's where that new nozzle that we saw on that new hot end we saw, here's where that would come in really handy. So 1, 2, 3, see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's see if I can fit 10. Because this, I should be able to just print these right in a row. So 1 there, and that should be far enough away. I bet you I can get away with that. And that. And then come down here and do this one. And then do this one. And then do this one. And then do this one. And do this one. And then do this one. Can I do more? Control V. Where'd they go? Oh, they're out here. Okay. You're going to go there. These are only 15 millimeters tall, and the x-axis is more than 15 millimeters high. So I only have to miss the hot end box. I should be able to print 16 of these at a time. And if I really want to, I can do these in transparent PLA or PETG. And then they'd be less noticeable. Okay. And you get to be deleted. Now, you guys can see my screen, right? Yep. Now we go to Tools, Variable, different for each process. Done. Boom. Print. Sequentially, 999. So it comes out here, does my purge, wipe, slight jump right to here, and then print, come over here, print, come over here, print, come over here, print. And it does them all in a line just like that. See? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I can print 16 of them. Okay. Actually, I think only the first one needs 2 perimeters. So let's group these together and change the addition to 1 loop. And then ungroup. Not select all sequential. There. That takes a couple grams of plastic off. So for 71 grams, I get 16 mounts. Good. Okay. So let's export this. We'll just save it right here into the downloads with the file. Light lift G code. Yuck! Right after printing the first one, I'll know if it's going to work or not. I do have my extrusion multiplier set, right? No, that's way too high. Ooh, that's not going to work. Control A. Let's group. Extrusion multiplier needs to be 0.94 for this. Okay, ungroup. Now they're all set to 0.94, yes. And 0.3 is good for this. Let's double check the layer height. Yeah, that's more than enough. That's more than I could probably get away with 0.4. I wonder if I can get away with 0.4. Because all these angles are shallow. Come on, Control A, group. Let's go with 0.4. Ungroup. Check a random one. Make sure it got set to 0.4. Yes, it did. Select all. Yeah, that's more than enough, especially with the two perimeters. Yep, I am not worried about that. But you see what happens here? See how I got my nice clean hole? And that's because I'm printing the hole together on top of the fill below it, which means no bridging. And see, it's just a slight step. That's why you print square holes, and that's why you print them as diamonds. See? No bridging. No bridging whatsoever. Extrusion multiplier is, if you ever dealt with ham radio, you know how you have, you could also sell that spit. Ew! Dude, that's disgusting. No. The extrusion multiplier is, well, if you ever done a shortwave radio or something like that, you know how you have a coarse dial and a fine dial? So you've got the coarse dial to run your needle across the band, and then, you hear something, and then you grab the fine-tune dial, and you start really fine-tuning it until you hear the voice you're trying to listen to. You're going to hear that more on AM and shortwave than FM. FM's got a little broader spectrum. It locks in better. Well, that's what extrusion multiplier is. It's like the fine-tune. It says, okay, the extrusion multiplier is programmed by the printer. How many steps per millimeter? I told it to extrude 1 millimeter of plastic. Well, depending on what you're printing, nice. Depending on what you're printing, you might be printing a little bit too much plastic, a little bit too little plastic. So extrusion multiplier allows you to fine-tune that. What I'm saying is, okay, I want you to extrude a extrusion of filament that's 1 millimeter wide and 0.4 millimeters tall, but I'm setting my extrusion multiplier to 94%. What that's saying is extrude 6% less filament. So a very tiny difference, but that's enough of a difference to make sure that I don't have bulge on this print. Now, on some prints, you can't do that because you won't get the proper bonding that you need or whatnot. So you'll adjust it. Like when I'm printing a part with loose infill and not a lot of walls, I'll print at 98%. My default is 95%. If I'm doing a vase mode, I print at 100%. And this solves a lot of that problem. It gives you that really smooth fill. You get a nice clean print instead of having to rewrite your firmware to tweak and adjust it, and that's not going to help you anyway because, well, the next filament you get is 5% larger, so now your adjustments are wasted. Well, now I just look at the print. Okay, that's extruding a little bit too much. Lower the extrusion multiplier down a little bit. On some printers, you can do that on the printer. It's called flow rate. You have feed rate, which is the speed of the code being fed to the toolpath speed. And then on some printers you have something called flow rate, and that's the same thing. You're tweaking how much plastic is coming out in general a little bit. And if you notice, you got like for example, sometimes a part is so close to fitting, it's like it wants to fit, but it doesn't quite. Well, just lower the extrusion multiplier 2%. Now it fits. You see, problem solved. Yes, that's all in Tinkercad. See? I just take a square, 3mm by 3mm. I rotate it 45 degrees so it's a diamond. You want it to be diamond in the z-axis. And when you do that, it gives you this. And this is what you want. Because now look at this carefully. There's no bridging. See? No bridging at all. It's just stair steps. So there's my platform. So we have a solid platform there and there. I don't know why it does that. That's dumb, but it just does that. And then, see, there's the bottom of the diamond, and it's just stair steps. And that's it. No bridging whatsoever. Your holes come out perfect every time. Now it's just a matter of adjusting tolerance. So to use filament as a hinge material, I use a 2.4 millimeter hole. And that eliminates the need for tools. And that was my goal, to eliminate the need for tools. Meaning you don't need this to core out the holes. Well, you should have that anyway, because if you have a bad print or something like that, you're going to need to core it out. But this reduces the likelihood of that happening. So this part should require absolutely zero cleanup whatsoever. All I have to do is slap the VHB sticker on the bottom, slap it on the roof of the car, and then put the light in here and put a zip code around it. Just get some white or transparent zip ties and zip, zip, done. Now, ideally, you would want this. You want a channel here for the zip tie to sit in, but at this size, trying to print that, forget it. A Nissan Leaf. I'm going to do the same thing for my Kia Soul. I'm going to put lights on my Kia Soul too. And but yeah, that's it. That should be a very nice print. And so for 80 grams worth of plastic and 3 hours worth of time, I get 16 of them. And that'll be enough to do my 2 cars. Well, actually, I need 20. Although I probably don't need as many for the Kia, because the Kia has a roof rack I can attach to. But yeah, there's all the little parts. Hamsters. Kia Soul was hamsters. I was watching Bleach at the time that I got my Kia Soul, so I call my car my Soul Reaper. I'm gonna 3D print a little logo to put next to Kia Soul, and right next to it's gonna be a picture of his Ogabo sword, and it's gonna say Reaper. So I wonder, is there a good logo I can download for that? Soul Reaper. What's the word for clip art? Clip art. That could work, something simple like that. What must be an American thing? Yeah, the Kia Soul. Kia Soul hamsters. They don't do it anymore. They don't use it as the mascot. But when they originally came out, it was hamsters driving the... That's my car right there. That's my car. That's the one I have.
Here they come, yo. Here they come. Here they come.
I gotta turn off the audio, or I'll get copyrighted. I actually never saw this commercial. There's probably a few different... Oh, that's a cute cat. But yeah, it was a big thing to their advertising campaign was, don't be driving around a toaster like everyone else. Drive a cool car, the Kia Soul. And it is a cool car. I like it. They have a few different commercials at the time. They haven't done that in a long time though. Actually, 2010. That was more recent than I thought. But when at the time that I was watching it, I was watching this show, Bleach, and basically these guys can call up swords to reap, souls that are doing things they shouldn't be doing. And his name is Bleach. That's why it's called Bleach. But he becomes what's called a soul reaper. And because I was watching that at the time, when I got a Kia Soul, my first thought was, well, now I have a Soul Reaper. So I'm going to put a logo that says Reaper, and then one of these, I'll find the one that's, printable, and add that to my car so it'll say Soul Reaper. I just think this one here is probably going to be the best one. Very printable, with enough detail to look nice. That's got just enough detail that it looks nice. So I'll probably use that one. Oh yeah, it does have the hoodie. I wonder, are the hamsters available? Eventually I'm going to get one of the original Kia hamster. Kia hamster. And just put it on the dash in the car. Yeah, here they are. Here's little Kia hamsters. That one right there. But yeah, that's all. Okay. Oh wow, 22-inch tall one. That's a big one. It's not worth $100. Jesus, dude. That's a lot of money. That one's better. But yeah, back then it was a thing. These are all classic things now. But yeah, that would be perfect. So you go to something like Cuddle. X, Y, Z. We go to Cuddle. We type in a Reaper. That is not what I typed in. Oh, I can't even do that. It was typing it. Okay, text. R-E-A-P-E-R. So there is a Reaper. Now what I need to do is change the font. Handwriting. Now probably the best thing to do is skip the pro stuff and just start. Oh, that's actually pretty nice. Lithophanes are awesome. Have you seen the color lithophanes? Woo! Now we just have to find a good font for Reaper. That one's not bad. That one's not bad. Let's see. That one's not bad. Ooh. That's okay. Bit repetitive. Yeah, no kidding. That's not bad. I want something that's... No, see, that's pretty cool, too. Ooh, that's a little nice. Nope. That's not bad. That's got a sword slash kind of look to it. That's Grecian Fleming. Now that's pretty cool. I like that one. Okay. And this is 2 inches by 1 inch. That should be okay. Now there's something I need to do. I gotta merge it. Boolean union. I think that did it. File, export SVG. Yep, whatever. Well, the issue is affording a multicolor printer. They're not cheap. Okay. So now I also need to go to JPG to SVG, which is this one here, Convertio. We choose File. We grab our... Did it not put it here? Where's my file? There it is. Soul Reaper logo icon design vector. Where the hell is it? It is in... Oh, it's on the desktop. Why did it get saved to the desktop? That's unusual. Convert to SVG. Converting. Download. There. Now I have the 2 SVGs that I can bring into Tinkercad. Let's see. Import. Choose file. I might even debadge the car and replace the badge entirely. In fact, let me do that. Soulreaper. Soul Reaper. Oh yeah. Uh-huh. 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 Modify, Boolean Union. Export SVG. Untitled Project 2. Yep. That's just a little too big. Okay, import, choose file. Uh-huh. Yeah. Now that looks shit hot. Ooh, I can even... There's other things I could do with this too. Yep, we're going to do that too. Control D. And we're going to get rid of Reaper. And go down a hair. Control D. Get rid of Soul. Yeah. Now, how's that for a badge for your car? Oh, hell yeah. Now, tell me that wouldn't look cool on the back of a Kia Soul. Yeah. That's cool. Okay. Let's make it 4 millimeters thick. 4 millimeters thick. Let's make it all 5 millimeters thick. Yeah. That's pretty badass. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That would look pretty hot on the back of a car. Shift this up a little bit. Soul Reaper. That's nice. I think it's too tall. Let's go with 3. Oh yeah, much better. That's cool. I don't think there's any difference really between compare. I spelled it wrong. Oh, Cobra Max 2 has a bigger build volume. I did not know that. How about the AI actually tell me what those differences are? Dumbass. Wow, I didn't know there was that big of a difference between them. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, so this has a 450, 400, 400, while this has a 500, 420, 420. That's pretty big. So this is a 420. This is a 42425. This is what I would prefer. The Cobra Max 2 is definitely the preferred one. But that's still a gigantic build volume. 400 by 400 by 450. Okay. Interesting. This one's also a Bowden, while the new one's a direct drive. Look at the weight difference. 16 kilograms, 21 kilograms. It's not so bad. The Anycubic makes very rigid printers. Especially, you see they have the double rail. And they have these reinforcement triangle brackets back here. You will not have a problem with bed leveling. These printers these are not like the CR10S4 and the CR10S5. These printers are tanks. They are built very well. So Anycubic is one of my favorite brands of printers. They build very good printers. Well, it's a hobby. Play with it. When you get frustrated, walk the hell away from it and do something else. Until you're not frustrated anymore. Then go back to it. That's all. No big deal. Dude, this looks awesome. I love this. That would be this. Now, see, this is a print where you would probably want to use a raft. Or you would want some kind of a plate to have underneath this. Because attaching this to the car would be a bitch. Because your print is so many separate pieces. I mean, look. The ER is separate from the EAP, separate from the R, the S, the O, and the UL are separate. This is all one piece, thankfully, but it's just barely attached right there. Oh, man, this would be tough. This is the kind of print where I might buy a sticker sheet. On the Bamboo Labs, well, I haven't looked at anything recently coming from them. So I don't know what the current state of affairs is. As far as what was said the first 2 weeks when this situation came out, I did a video on this. It's in the beginning of one of my streams. But basically, it's pretty simple. Most of what Bamboo has done is actually more reasonable than people think. The problem is not Bamboo locking down their cloud service, which they have a right to do. That's their cloud service, and it's costing them an absolute fortune. The problem is they've made so many of the features people want and use part of the cloud. That's the problem. I have someone who has an Anchormate, and he so far likes it. He thinks it's pretty good. But I think you're not going to have any problem with the Cobra Max. I think you're going to have a good time with that one. Just set your Z. It sounds like you've got it working. You just need to change your Z offset. Sounds as simple as that. If you want to set up the slicer, I would not. If they're using Cura, don't use that. Use either Orca Slicer or Prusa Slicer. Those two are going to be much better slicers. Then just give it your dimensions. That's all. Tell it it's an Ender 3. Okay, you program it as an Ender 3, and then just change the build volume to 400 by 400 by 450. That's it. Done. The only other change would be change G28 to G29. Although you should actually be able to use G28. You should only have to do G29 every once in a while, like if you pick the printer up and move it or something like that. Oh, I would love to have a Cobra Max too. That's a 454 500 Yeah, I want that bad. Yeah, I think you'll be fine with the Cobra. I think you'll be fine. It is 5:30. It's been an hour. And this one is still pretty bright, and this one's the same dimness. So they haven't dimmed any appreciably further after about 5 minutes. So yeah, that's an hour. I'm okay with an hour. That's a long time. I'm totally okay with an hour. Um, the shipping would kill me. It cost $100 to ship that thing. It's a big printer. As much as I would love to have it, but I'm telling you, just set your offset. You'll be fine. It's nice having a big printer because you can start doing functional prints. You know, like printing things around the house, and you don't have to do it in multiple parts. It's nice. Yeah, I got these because I want to use them on rockets. So it's a little rechargeable 425 CR425 battery with a little tiny LED thing. So I can just design this threaded mount on my rocket, and then I can just screw this into my rocket and add little navigation lights and stuff like that to my science fiction models. I just thought that would be pretty cool. There is one way to make this more printable, because this is going to be very hard to apply to the car. The only way I can see doing this is print this, then put a sticker sheet over the whole thing, and then let it cool down, pop it off so it's all attached to the sticker, kind of like when you do vinyl stickers. I did already. It's the first thing we did. Total Recall. That's the first thing I did. Except I need the red one. And then apply adhesive to the back of it, and then apply it to the car. That's the only way you're going to practically apply this to a car, because that's going to be really hard otherwise. But what I might be able to do, I wonder, bleach anime sword. So there's the sword right there. Anime sword clip art. So what I need to do is find a nice clean flat picture of his sword. You know, kind of like this, but not at an angle. A nice clean Zanbakuto Ichigo sword. That's the word I was looking for earlier. See, I need that one right there. Oh, see, that's an isometric. I need flat. I'll look at this later. Somebody might even already have a 3D model of that sword, and I could just use a profile of it. But yeah, basically, have a sword sitting below this logo. Probably put the sole back over here again, like this. So do something like that, and then have the sword be the background to hold it all together. That would probably be the best way to do this one. I forgot to switch back again. But yeah, something like that. You know, find a model of the sword and make his sword the background. It would be that sword right there. You know, it's a pretty easy shape. I could probably model that pretty easily. But make it a big giant logo that goes on the back of the car and says that. I think that'd be pretty cool. At which point I wouldn't need this. Yeah, just do that. Yeah. Yeah, just do that. We could probably make this a bit smaller. This doesn't need to be quite that big. It'd be really funny to have this Soul Reaper, and as a little what do you call that, Easter egg, make the face a hamster face. Yeah, I gotta try that. Okay. Hamster face clip art. Except I need a side profile. Kind of like that. These are all front faces. I need a side view like this. Let's see. Hamster face side. Yeah, that's a little better. We're getting more options now. Maybe I'll have to try one of those AI things. See, I want something like this. Like, you know, black and white like that. But side view. And angry like that would be good. Come on, come on. Someone's got to have a side view. Like this here with a side view would be good. I'm going to keep looking for one of those because I think that would look pretty slick. I think that would be sick. It would look like a Reaper until you look more closely and you would see. Was that meant to be a kilt? There's nothing wrong with skirts. If you like them, wear them. If anybody has a problem with it, scratch them, bite them. What are they going to do about it? Come on, no side views. I'm going to look for that because I think that would be pretty sharp to have that face be a hamster face. And only people who knew about the history, yes, it is a skirt. A kilt is a Scottish men's skirt. And only male pride and ego forces them to insist on saying it's not a skirt. It is a skirt. A free-hanging outer garment or undergarment covering some or all of the body from the waist down and traditionally worn by women and girls. That's actually not true. Traditionally, it's worn by men and boys. It's only in modern times that skirts are worn by girls. It's only recently, in the last 1,000 years, that skirts are worn by boys, by girls. Traditionally, it's a male garment. But that's all it is. All it is an unbifurcated pair of shorts. That's it. In fact, what's the definition of kilt? A kilt is a garment resembling a wraparound knee-length skirt made of twill-woven worsted wool with heavy pleats at the sides and back. And don't forget the sport. What's a spran? What's that called? The thing on the front? What's the word for that? A tartan pattern. What's the thing that you wear on the front called? Blew the horn? And where's your design, beautiful Field Mind? You said you have a design? As far as I'm concerned, Scottishmen are the badasses of the world because they are manly enough and ballsy enough to wear a skirt and tell you, what are you going to do about it? What's the name for this thing? There's an actual name for that. I forgot what it was called. Sporan or something. I forget. Oh, accessories. Here we go. A belt, usually embossed with a buckle. A jacket, a kilt pin. Small sheath knife. What's the thing called? Everybody has one. This thing right here. What's that called? No, not the kilt. The thing on the front. It's an accessory. What the hell's the word for that? I can't believe this Wikipedia article is not telling me what it's called. Let's ask it. What is the thing worn in front of a kilt? A sporan! I was right. That's what it's called, a sporan. I wasn't sure if I was right about that. Yeah, it's a leather pouch that hangs in front of your kilt. Basically, a manly historical fanny pack, so to speak. But yeah, it's called a sporan. So I'm gonna figure out how to print that. I want to put that on my car. I think that would look cool on the car. An art tower. See, that's the problem we have in the world today is that there was a time in history where okay, little side trip down history lane because I got to get going soon. It's already almost 6 o'clock. By tomorrow night, I think I'll have these files posted so you guys can print these. So you can print them yourself. Just remember, make your extrusion multiplier 95% when you print this. Otherwise, these will be too tight. And print just one and make sure it fits before you print the other two so you don't waste filament. Well, hinges, the way I did that, the pink one's easier to see in the light. So, that's easy. So I just did that. Okay. So all I did was evenly, I cut this, I used a half round to create a round shape. Okay. And then I just cut little chunks out of it. I made sure they were evenly spaced. And then I did the inverse for the other piece. So this piece, these chunks get cut out. For this piece, these chunks get cut out. So basically, let's say you want to do 15 millimeter segments. So you do 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15. And what you would do is you would select the evens and subtract them from this piece. And you would take the odds and you'd subtract them from this piece. And that will give you your little jigsaw pattern here. Okay? A simpler one actually is this one. Hang on. This is a simple hinge. That doesn't have all the transparent's going to be hard to see on camera. Here we go. See? That's all it is. It's a sawtooth pattern. And on the one, I took away a little bit of extra, just so that there's a little bit of play, okay? It's rounded, and then I just put a hole straight through it. I line them up the way they're going to be lined up when you put them together, and I put a hole straight through all of them. Except I make the hole a square, 2.4 by 2.4 millimeters, and then I rotate it 45 degrees. So it's a diamond. And then when you print that, all you do then is you take a piece of filament. And you shove the filament right through the side here. Let me push it out so you can see it. See? 2.4 by 2.4. And I just use literally a piece of filament as the hinge. And you just push the filament through there. And there you go. Now you have a working hinge. Now this, because of the way that hinge is designed, it can only move 180 degrees. So you can go that way, or you can go that way. All right, but only 180 degrees. If you want to go full, basically 270 or 360, well, you can go 270 by having the hinge come out at a 90 degree angle. Basically, you're shifting your 180 from here to here to here to here. And if you want the full, almost 360 hinge, well, to do that with 3D printing, you make what's called a double hinge. And that's where this lid is made up of 4 pieces. Okay? Don't you fall out on me. Let's do it this way. Okay? So it's 4 pieces. The beginning of the hinge is on the back plate. And then you have this short little piece. Then the top. And then another short little piece. And then the front. What that does is that allows you to do this. So now I can go that way. Or I can go that way. And this extra piece is what allows you to get that full range of motion. Yeah, hexagons are nice. That's why I did this with no top layer here. Because the top layer would not have printed properly with this big of an infill. But I wanted that nice hexagonal infill. And so I did it that way. And the result is you have that nice, you can see that hexagonal pattern through it. Because it's a transparent filament. And it looks real nice. Now, of course, for the structural parts, I just use grid. There's no reason to use a fancy infill pattern for this, just because grid's fastest and strongest. But well, the past streams, you can actually watch me do all this during my past streams. A bit of a warning, it is long. What I might do is I might actually make a separate video just on making these hinges, just because it's very handy to be able to do. So I might make a separate, try to get it under 20 minutes video on just that. Because otherwise you got to watch multiple 6-hour videos to watch me do all this. And that's a lot. That's a lot to ask somebody to watch. So yeah, I will work on a video. If not this weekend, next weekend maybe. I will work on a video for how to make these hinges. There is no steps. The Anycubic Max is the same. You'll print the same file. It won't be any difference for you. The only difference between your Anycubic Max and an Enter 3 or my longer LK5 Pro is the size of your bed. That's the only difference. They're otherwise the same printer. They do the same thing. They work the same way. Trust me, it's not nearly as hard as you think. It's a lot easier than you think. Do I have any parts I can show you here? No, I don't. Yeah. So... But you can make all kinds of, like I made tools. Like here's some tools that I made earlier. I have very hard ground. So I made these solar spikes that have the mounting hole on top. Originally that was so you can screw it into the ground with the big giant screwdriver I created. So now you can just screw this into the ground and now you have a place to, and that screwdriver is gone forever. So you can either take your solar stake lights like this and fit it in the plus, and they'll just sit right in there like that. Or if your light has the 8mm metal tube, that'll fit right in the center here perfectly as well. So that'll fit right in there. Most of them come with that. I use Simplify 3D. I would advise you to use either Orca Slicer or Prusa Slicer. Don't use Cura. Cura is garbage. Cura sucks. And then The problem I ran into is the ground is too hard. You can't screw this into the ground. Back east, yeah, you can screw this into the ground all day. You don't even need a gun. All you need is a big screwdriver and this, and just screw it right in if your ground soil is soft. My soil is as dense as concrete. So I made a 2-inch drill bit that I 3D printed, and it works. I'm able to drill this into the ground and create a hole to put this in. Prusa and Orca are based on the same thing. They're both based on Slick 3R. So that's why I say use either one. If you're ever thinking about getting into any kind of bamboo architecture, then do Orca. It won't help. The ground slurps up the rain like... I live in the desert. I live at 7,000 feet in New Mexico. So, old ground. I even had to add these, because once you get the bit in there, sometimes you can't get it out, so now you have something to grip to pull it out. And then that creates basically a pilot hole for this to go into. And the problem was I kept breaking my Phillips bit when I put it in the screw gun. So I made my own 60mm socket. This will fit on my 1/2-inch Milwaukee Impact. I just slapped that on my Milwaukee. And then I decided to make this a 60mm hexagon instead of a circle. Now they fit together. And now I can screw this into the ground using the impact gun. And it works. So now I can permanently put these in the ground and just leave them there forever. They'll never come out. I'm never going to take them out. And I can put whatever kind of solar light I want in there. And if I have to fix one, I can pull the light out, do whatever I have to do to it, replace it, fix it, put it back, and stick it back in the hole. You know, when the seasons change, I can change out to a different kind of light. Put the Christmas lights in, put the Easter lights in, put the Halloween lights in, whatever I want to do. I can do all that now just by permanently mounting these all over the yard. And these only take, I think around 50 grams each, I think, if I remember right. Yeah, I think these are around 50 grams each, so not a lot. You could print 20 of these with a roll of filament. And theoretically, you can do PLA with these because they're not going to be exposed to a lot of sunlight, especially if you use white. Make sure you use white. You can get away with PLA, although I'm printing these with a 1mm nozzle. Oh, excuse me. It's 2 perimeters and 20% infill until you get to here, and then it's phase mode the rest of the way. You don't want any infill on this part, because then you won't be able to insert one of these into it if you have infill in there. Nice. And so now I updated this to also be 60mm so you could use the same socket for that. I just haven't figured out a way to make it stay. There's no easy way to do that, except maybe to put some tape on there to friction fit it. But, yeah, so now I can put all my solar lights up. I 3D print my own flag mounts. So, this is the mount to mount my garden flags. I love garden flags. I have lots and lots of garden flags. And, you know, the end comes off. You slide the flag off. You slide the new flag on. You put the new cap on. This screws into here as well, and this screws into whatever you want to attach it to. And this is my Rocky Mountain Rip Wrap flag. This is the only one that'll ever exist because they didn't give me permission to sell these. So this is the only one. This is for me. But yeah, I have that. And then I also made a benchy one. Really? That's how you're going to play me? You're going to do that to me, are you? Dirtbag. Come on! What the hell? Goddamn thing kept sliding. I also made this one. I just thought that was nice. Oh, and don't forget my my solar lights that I made for my property. I put one of these on top of each post. And this is the long one, but I have short ones that I made for going on every post around the property. And you can see all these in my past streams. I did a lot of this. But you see that a lot with what happened with Rob. He got mad because I called it a skirt. It is a skirt. That's what a kilt is. It's a men's skirt. That's what a kilt is. But because of our... the human species developed into a patriarchy. What that means is that basically men take the roles of leadership, men are in charge. Now, patriarchy actually makes sense. There's no other way we could operate as a species until modern times. Historically speaking, we had to be a patriarchy because women are more important than men. If you send 10,000 men to battle and 99% of them die, you can rebuild. If you send 10,000 women to battle and 99% of them die, your society is dead. Because a man can make, 500 babies a year. A woman can make one baby a year. So women are more important. So we developed into patriarchies. Now, the problem is patriarchy can eventually evolve into misogyny. And that's not where we believe women are more important, therefore we take the dangerous roles because we have to, but where we believe that women are property and that we own them and that they are inferior to us. When you have that sort of a mentality, anything associated with women becomes inferior and therefore unmanly. Skirts were invented by and for men, not women. In fact, when skirts were invented, it was illegal for women to wear clothes at all. Like, she'd be stoned to death if she put clothes on. That was illegal. Dresses were invented for men. Earrings were invented for men. Makeup, nail polish, high-heeled shoes, all invented for men. And then later became adopted by women. And once it became adopted by women, men didn't want anything to do with it. That's it. Hands off. In fact, that's why a couple hundred years ago, they tried to make it illegal for women to wear pants. Because the men realized that women had adopted everything and that we had no fucking clothes left to wear except pants. And like, we can't let them have the pants. There'll be nothing left for us to wear. We'll have to walk around naked rather than being saw in women's pants. That's how stupid it got. That's how absolutely stupid it got. I mean, if you think about it, biologically speaking, skirts make more sense for men. Because we got dangly bits between our legs. They don't. Oh my God. It's silly. And so now we're in a position where men feel like they are lesser men if they like anything that is feminine. Even though feminine is a pure social construct that we made up and that changes, it's volatile throughout history. Just look at what a manly man looked like 200 years ago compared to what a manly man looks like today. It's completely different. What the hell? What is this coming from? I think it's from the cut in my blanket. It's stupid. It's stupid. And that's why people are vehemently against calling a kilt a skirt. Because how dare you call my manly garment something associated with women? That's misogyny. It's stupid. It's brain dead. It's let go of that crap. It's dumb. Don't. It's a down-filled blanket, and the cat put a cut in it. I actually have a patch, and I actually bought an iron. I got to actually patch it to stop from losing all the feathers and down from inside the blanket. But what are you gonna do? It's dumb. Yeah, I got a white fabric patch. It's an iron-on patch, so I can fix that hole. Because it's a $180 blanket. I'm not throwing it away. Not a chance in hell. Yeah, these are still going good. Hour and a half. And that one is still about as bright as it was an hour ago. That one's a little bit dimmer. But yeah, that's more than acceptable. So that's pretty cool. I'm just going to let them run, see how long they run. A long arm quilter. What's that? And the guy in another video thought he was insulting me. What are you wearing earrings for? Because I fucking want to. Not your ears. You don't like it? Tough shit. Don't wear them. I like them. They're fun. So's big blankets. I got a whole bag, several bags just filled with more earrings than you can shake a goddamn stick at. Like literally. I mean, this bag is just filled with earrings. I got so many freaking pairs of earrings. I thought these were cute. It's a frying pan with an egg being cooked in it and a spatula. I thought that was nice. What's this one? Oh, pumpkins. These look like pumpkins. Little jack-o'-lantern heads. You know. What else do I got here? These hummingbirds. Yep. These are some nice little hummingbird designs. Now, I got a whole bag full of them. This is just the dangly ones. I have a whole bag of studs too. Now I want pancakes. I like pancakes. Although what I really want is French toast. I think tomorrow morning I'm gonna make some French toast. I want some French toast. You like my little kitty cat? He's a good boy. Yes, he is. And you're a good boy too. Yes, you are. Alrighty. That's it for today. It's 6 o'clock my time. 1800 hours. I haven't eaten yet. I'm starving. Roasting potatoes. I wish I could afford a roasting potatoes. I can afford potatoes, but I can't afford a roast. If you could think of any improvements that I should make, or if it's easy enough, I can make it an option. But yeah, I'm gonna test print the captive drawers and see how well that works. See if the captured drawer works better, or if it stays, it stops it from losing the drawer. The hinges are done. I like that. They came out great. The rest of it came out nice. I will start working on printing the parts for the extension to go on top of this. We'll see how that turns out. With the studs, all I got to do is reprint this to get the 2 holes that I need to be able to mount to the so I could put the 2 tool chests together without them slipping apart. That should work well. Shouldn't have a problem with that. Something else I'd like to try to make at some point. Oh man, I would like to try to make a genuinely usable version of this. I mean, it's silly because these are $6. You could buy these on Temu for $6, and they have different lengths. And these are wonderful. They're all metal except for this very well molded handle, and it's got the plasti dip on this part here. So you have the teeth for grabbing and picking stuff up, and then you have the little paddles for grabbing small stuff and picking it up. So you can grab little stuff like this, which would normally be very difficult for these things to pick up. And then you can also grab flat things like this without a problem. And then of course you can also grab big things like this without a problem because of those teeth. So it's one of the better designed ever, and it's all metal. So it really is no point, but I just want to because I can. I want to make a 3D printed version of a grabber, a little hand grabber like this. But something that's like one of my favorites was the toy grabber that you can get at Dollar Tree for a time. It was like a robot arm kind of thing, so a very squared off robot pincer kind of arm. But it was great for you just sitting in a chair and you just got to reach down that last couple inches. It was wonderful for that, but it wasn't durable. Whatever they used inside to connect this to this, it just broke immediately if you applied any real stress to it. So I want to try to make something stronger, something usable. And do I need to make one? No, I have 3 of these. I don't need to make one. I want to make one just because I can. It's a project, it's something to do. It's interesting to me, and that's why I want to do it. So I'm going to try to do that. And also I found my 2 pretty filaments that I wanted to use. So I'm going to try printing my own earrings, because I have the stud kits now. So I already designed them. All I gotta do is print them. And that sucks. Yeah, when your body gets permanently messed up like that, that sucks. But yeah, these are great. You can usually get them 2 for $12 on Temu. So look them up on Temu. I forget what they're called, but I bet you if you search for grabber, these will pop up. But look for the ones with the red tips. But this is the one you want. This one, and you can also rotate this. So if you need it to be that way, or if you need it to be this way, so it's adjustable. But these are nice. This is one of the nicest things that I've ever gotten from China like that. You know, as far as cheap stuff. I mean, this is way better than the plastic ones you get here in the U.S. They're garbage. This is so much better. Oh, way better. And cheaper. But yeah, if you need them, you know, this is the shortest one they make. They also have longer. I like the short one. It's great for sitting in a chair. It's more maneuverable because the other one you're bumping into shit. But when you're outside, the longer one's better. So I have one sitting outside, the long one, and then I have this one for when I'm sitting in a chair here and I just need to pick stuff up. Because I can't reach the ground. I can't. I can get 95% of the way there. That last 2 inches, I just can't. If I bend over that last 2 inches, I tip over. Too high centered. Oh! And this week, I will finally figure out what I weigh. I got a scale that can weigh me. Yes! I got it for, it was $31 and change on Temu. And then I had $26.45 in credit, so I only had to pay $4.36 or something like that. It was like $4.36. Hi, kitty cats. There's my kitty cats. Yeah. But yeah, it goes to 660 pounds. So I can now finally weigh myself and find out what the hell I weigh. And we shall see. I hope it's not a lot. Well, I know it's a lot, but I hope I'm well below 500. So. Well, I can get up. It's just a pain in the butt because it's not a matter of strength or dexterity. It's a matter of physics. It's a matter of center of mass. You know, I gotta go to a chair or bed. I need a third point to balance myself on so that I can pivot my center of mass underneath me and then I can get up fine. But, you know, just open floor, getting up in the middle of the parking lot. Like I fell down coming into the house on the ice. And it's like, how the hell am I going to get up? You know, I had to take a 3-point stance and then try to swing my mass under me to stand up without falling again on the ice. Just because there's nothing to balance on. There's nothing for me to push off of. So, yeah. You want to see me flounder, put me in the middle of an empty room and say, okay, get up. It sucks. So, what are you going to do? Alright, I will see you guys later. Don't forget to use those links in the description. Those are affiliate links. I earn income when you use them. You can also send me Zelle or PayPal or join my Patreon. And any of my models I release for free. But I also have paid versions where I include G-code already set to go. Everything's good to go for you to do already. And that'll be in the paid version. But you can always get the free version. So by this weekend, tomorrow hopefully, I will have these files on printables and Thingiverse. And I'll probably update the description of this video with a link to it once I do that. I've got to make one last go through of all the files, make sure I didn't screw anything up. And because last thing I want somebody to do is to, you know, spend $30 printing off a kilogram of plastic just to go, this don't work. That would suck. That would really suck. All right. That's it. I will see you guys later. I will see you next week.